Now mama be so we no get another one. Now mama be so we no get another one. Only Tinubu. Now mama be so we no get another one. Now mama be this so we no get another one. Now mama be this so we no get another one. Only Tinubu. Mama Nigeria.
May your reign see prosperity. May Nigeria continue as a united country. Thank you, India Anambra. A lot of my friends are from Anambra here.
Well, here's the video of Bola Tinubu muttering those unintelligible words which have since gone viral. Let's take a look.
You see the innovation. If we lend ourselves to innovation, we can create wonders. Here is a successful, again, a town hall, different from Blue. Bulaba.
ṣòkòtò mo sọ àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá ńláyé kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o olórí làlá bàrò orí làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò mo lórí làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò orí mi gbé mi níjà.
Continue, Tinubu, continue. I'm a balloon. Tinubu, continue. We say continue, Tinubu, continue, Tinubu. We love you, Tinubu. We love you, Tinubu. We thank you, Tinubu. We thank you, Tinubu. Tinubu, continue. Àwa níbẹ̀ Tinubu, àwa níbẹ̀ Tinubu. Ẹ tẹ̀síwájú Tinubu, ẹ tẹ̀síwájú Tinubu.
Ọkọ̀ yẹ orin tí fẹ́ kọ orin àyájọ́ ni orin àyájọ́ ni wọ́n dìde. Wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wáyé dà. Ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá, Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pa Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pa Jíṣàtàdàdẹ, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́.
aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Àkànbí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà.
And there it is right there. There it is. Absolutely right there. So there it is right there. Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀mí. Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn gbogbo wa. It's more the wider prayer. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. Another good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So how are you? What's going on? What's happening? How was your day? Clone Shelley, Bawoni, and all that. I wonder how you say how are you in Igbo language. Is it Kedu? I wonder if it's Kedu, because Kedu seems such a standardized catch-all. If somebody can explain what Kedu is to me in Igbo language, to my understanding, it means how are you, but I think it's more of a generalized greeting rather than just how are you. I certainly know that in the land of the Abokis, it's a Nakwana. So if you go up north, if you say to them Nakwana, they will love you forever. So that's how the Abokis greet themselves, the Malas, Mala, you know, the Mesuyas and all that. So that's how they greet themselves up north, the Mesuyas and all that. But good day to you, good to be in your company, all that. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just at my invitation to do so. Click on the like button. Maybe I should say thumbs up. I'm not quite sure if my audience are literate enough to understand what a like button is. You know, so for you of not of sufficient literacy to know what a like button is, you know that thumbs up sign. That's that. So click on the thumbs up. Then you know, for you from the motion pauses that they are watching us on the stream. So click on the like button. If you are not already subscribed, please do that as well. Please correct that. To come join me on the link, come join me on the screen via the hyperlink that says StreamYard is in the studio space there. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come join me. Follow Ayo's example right there. Use the $sign at the bottom of the chat section, super chat to us to stream. So all those things, like, share, subscribe, share the links as widely as you can, super chat to us to stream. So I'm not going to belabor it too heavily because we're starting so late. Well, you know, was that Kedu Cody? Is that yes, Kedu Cody? So that's the, and say hello in the comment section, by the way, as you're coming in, so I can acknowledge your presence. Ayo, of course, right there. He usually says hello with elegance right there with a $20 note. So that's how you write there. I see Chioma as well. Keeping the voice happy. That's Agbado Tinubu right there, who's always haranguing. You need to slow down now, Agbado Tinubu. I know you enjoyed the sessions and all that. You know, I only come out when I'm able to come out. I don't delay it just for the sake of it. You know, I delay it only because the time had not yet opened for me to come on. So that's Senior right there. See you, Senior. Who else are we saying? As you are coming in, as you are engaging with the platforms, make a comment in the comment section so I can acknowledge you right there. That's the impossibly beautiful D3 right there. Always a banging session anytime D3 is there. That's Akin Anchor right there. I wonder what is anchoring it on. So good to see you, Kinzo. And that's Traveling Man right there telling us exactly that Kedu, just as I described. XYZ, which ends the matter. There is XYZ right there. So as you are coming in, acknowledge, register yourself in the comment section so we can acknowledge your presence. So good to have you guys. Good to have you here, everyone. Shall we just get started? We're starting so late. The preamble shouldn't be as extended as I often make it, but necessarily we have to have a preamble before then we're able to launch into the main chart. Yes. So Tinubu went to Benue State today to go and do sympathy with the, of course, victims of insurgency, banditry, or whatever we are calling it. So Tinubu was in Benue State yesterday to hold hands and look somber as the occasion presents. So I think that's the first time ever in the history of Nigeria that a sitting president actually visits the location of an incident, especially banditry, insurgency, terrorism related. So that's a first right there, which is the continuing repointing of the country that we're seeing with Tinubu, now putting us on a steady, firm expectation of what governance should look like. So Tinubu visits Benue State, first time ever that a sitting president would do that, by my understanding. So now, does he get any credit for that, or does he get the condemnation still that under his watch, something as egregious as what we saw in Benue State happened? So that is where the conversation is. So we kick it off, start it off with this one. I'm just going to rattle through headlines, and then I'll play you a few clips. Then I'll leave the link in the comment section. Hopefully somebody turns up. I don't want to overextend in terms of readouts and preambles. And there's so many videos, there's so many clips that I want to play as well. So I'm not going to overextend on the readouts, but I will just flash up the headlines. For every terrorist Nigeria kills, 20 more enter. This is the Interior Minister Tunji Ojo. So this is the Interior Minister Tunji Ojo laments poor security funding, porous border. So I'm not quite sure that we can say that Nigeria has poor security funding, because of all of the monies that go out of Nigeria, an abundance of it goes towards security. So let's see what he has to say. I think there's actually a clip, so I don't have to read it out.
If you look at the 2025 budget, how much do you even have for border security? That's the truth. The whole budget of Nigerian Immigration Service is less than, I think it's about, the capital budget is less than 10 billion or something naira. And you want to protect 4,024 square kilometers of our border space. Are we joking? One, you kill one terrorist and the border is porous, 20 will come in and the military are challenged. So for us, we need to be very realistic with ourselves. Do we want a system that works? Or we just want to play, to the gallery? We have some of the most brilliant people in our DSS. We have our NIA doing fantastically well. You can see the kind of leadership that the NSA is providing. But the simple truth is that when we talk about security, internal security, the first thing that comes to a Nigerian mind is the military. That is a sign of failure of our internal security agencies. Let's tell ourselves the truth. I do not see a reason why our police, for instance, should even rely on budgetary allocation. Let's call a spade a spade. I don't see it. We're talking about the most populous black nation on earth. Africa has a population of 1.2 billion people. 240 of that population are Nigerians. And you have a police that depends on budget, capital release, and all these things. And you think we will be efficient? Sir.
So how is the police to fund it? I didn't even hear him say that. So how is the police to fund itself if it doesn't rely on budgetary allocations? Is it waiting you carry open your boots? Is that how are they to fund themselves if they don't rely on budgetary allocations? So maybe he goes on to explain that.
40 of that population are Nigerians. And you have a police that depends on budget, capital release, and all these things. And you think we will be efficient? Sir, my brother Ben, I have utmost trust in your coordination as chairman of this council. For if we have an opportunity now to get it right. And also, before I leave, something is very important I must say. The attention that we are paying.
It is quite shocking, actually. If only, as he said, if only 10 billion naira was allocated to the immigration service, then that's quite shocking. Because I'm assuming that even their overheads, their administrative personnel overheads, I have the expectation that that will be well in excess of 10 billion naira in terms of salaries, emoluments, and all that. So I'm not quite sure what figure is talking about. That cannot be right. That 10 billion, only 10 billion naira was allocated to the immigration, and what is even the size of the immigration service is the wider question, and how are they distributed, and what is the expectation? You know, what sort of are they armed, and should they be armed? You know, are they equipped to manage the sort of the border transiting that happens, especially in the north? You know, so there's a lot of questions there, and this guy is right. You know, when anytime we hear about these insurgencies, we immediately look to the army, but it's a multifaceted approach. There's a policing angle, and then they should make it so difficult for these things to happen, and they should start nipping it at the bud at all of the phases of this insurgency. So they'll nip it at the bud, making it difficult for these people to cross over to Nigeria, and then they nip it at the bud, sort of profiling them even on the streets, and identifying, documenting them, etc., etc. And then the police should really pressure on that space, infiltrate the goings on within the Fulani community, and then the army should oversee. So it's a multifaceted approach. And I'm glad to see the passion and anger. We want to see that passion and anger because we as citizens, we are passionate and angered too.
For cyber security, we are still living 20 years behind. You cannot continue to run a cyber security architecture on what's it called, an ad hoc arrangement. There must be proper security framework.
Yes, I agree with a good majority of what that guy has to say. That's the even is that ad hoc, you know, and I think that's even too generous a language. The way Nigerian runs is haphazard. Even ad hoc is a compliment. It's haphazard. You just grab this one, throw it together, stick it on the wall, and see what comes. It's just a higgledy-piggledy, just a hodgepodge, whatever it is. It's a haphazard system. That's what we run in every sphere of our administration in Nigeria. Is haphazard, and unfortunately, security is haphazard too. And we're seeing the impact of that. The better organized people who are the insurgents, they are showing them then the security structures of Nigeria how to coordinate, you know, a military sort of a space. So that's the Minister of the Interior right there telling us the alarming news then that the budget for the immigration service is a paltry, miserable 10 billion naira. So from that to what somewhat purports to be some sort of a good news, we lampoon and lambast this airline all the time, and we will probably still lampoon and lambast them in the course of this session as well. But this somewhat purports to be good news. Air Peace becomes first Nigerian airline to land in St. Kitts and Nevis. So St. Kitts and Nevis, of course, one of the smaller Caribbean islands. I doubt if it's even up to 500,000 in population. So maybe is that where they're moving Nigeria's money to now? Is that where they are? You know, because they're trying to buy up some of these islands. These are the looters from Nigeria, so they are moving very heavily into the Caribbean spaces now. Air Peace becomes first Nigerian airline to land in St. Kitts and Nevis. So just a few paragraphs on this. Nigeria's largest airline, Air Peace, has become the first ever Nigerian carrier to operate a flight to Robert L. Bradshaw International Airport in Basseterre, St. Kitts and Nevis. According to a statement by the airline on Thursday, June the 12th, 2025, it deployed a Boeing 777 aircraft to the airport, thereby becoming the first Nigerian dateline on St. Kitts and Nevis's arrival board. So this is the first time that, but what's the traffic through that space for Air Peace to go there is the thing. The statement reads, the milestone study, this might well be some chartered sort of a thing. I doubt if it's part of their commercial route. The statement reads, The milestone service arranged by a Pan-African business, I did think. The statement reads, the milestone service arranged by a Pan-African business conference in the Eastern Caribbean carried delegations from Nigeria, thereby underscoring the airline's growing trajectory and strategic foray into the global market. So I don't think it's going to be part of their route. I think this is just a commissioned service. The St. Kitts and Nevis flight is the airline's third foray into the Caribbean in 5 years. On December 21st, 2020, the carrier operated an 11-hour flight from Lagos to Montego Bay, establishing the first non-stop link between Nigeria and Jamaica and showcasing the long-range potential of Air Peace's then new 777 fleet. So on August the 5th, 2023, another Boeing 777 carried investors and Caribbean and Carnival goers from Lagos to VC Bird International Airport in Antigua and Barbuda, earning Air Peace the distinction of being the first Nigerian airline to land in the Twin Island state. Now, with the 12th June 2025 service to St. Kitts and Nevis, the airline has completed a triad of first, establishing direct access to 3 key Caribbean territories. So that's Air Peace breaking new grounds and charting new territory. So well done, Air Peace. If only you'd improve your service, then you get the full applause. But well done for that. So that's Air Peace right there. So now the pistol brandishing pastor is now in the warm embrace. Is within the warm embrace of the Nigerian police authorities. A gun video, Pastor Ade Farasin reports to Lagos Police Command. So there's that right there. So I think that's all we need from that. So we don't need to belabor that. So we're not going to belabor it. No, now, yes. Pardon me. So now this next clip, I'm going to prefix it. The next article rather that I'm about to read you, I'm going to prefix it with a clip. You know, of course, there's a coalition going on, arrow-headed by Atiku Abubakar, ably lieutenant is if that is a verb, by ably assisted then by El Rufai, Aregbesola, Peter Obi, etc. So that coalition, of course, and one of the central figures of that coalition is Sambo, the vice president under Goodluck Jonathan's administration. So you remember that, of course. And here is Sambo now at a crucial meeting with Aregbesola to discuss matters coalition. So the coalition then to unseat Tinubu, one of the arrowheads of it, Lamido Sambo, or whatever his first name is, Sambo, the vice president under Goodluck Jonathan. So here he is meeting Aregbesola to plot the course then to unseat Tinubu. Watch this. So that was Sambo right there shaking hands with Aregbesola. So that was Sambo shaking hands with Aregbesola right there. They say 24 hours is a long time in politics, but a week, and that was about a week or so ago, by the way, that clip. So a now full 360. Former Vice President Namadi Sambo dumps PDP for APC. So it's just you couldn't make it up, could you? But there it is. That's how politics is in Nigeria. It's a turncoat sort of a system. Just people desperately grasping, for relevance and continued access to the Nigerian coffers. Namadi Sambo, the former vice president of Nigeria, has officially dumped the leading opposition People's Democratic Party, PDP, and joined the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC. The Kaduna-born politician served as the vice president to former President Goodluck Jonathan from May 19, 2010 to May 29, 2015. Before becoming the vice president, Sambo had earlier served as the governor of Kaduna State between 2007 to 2010. According to correspondents, Sambo is the latest high-profile PDP chieftain who dumped the party for the ruling APC ahead of the 2027 general elections. Recently, the PDP had been shocked by the defection of prominent figures within the party. These include 2 governors, etc., etc. So that's the latest. So with the last person to leave PDP, please switch off turn off the lights. Maybe it's even the life support that they should turn off on PDP is dead, soon to be buried. So dead, soon to be buried. The PDP, I think it will be buried on the 27th of February, isn't it? That's the date for the National Assembly for the general election. It will be buried February 2027. So PDP is dead, and the funeral rites will be carried out in February 2027. So we go on from that to more serious matter. So let's go on from that to more serious matter. Oh, I hate this website that these news platforms that they embed video clips in there. You see, that's a video clip right there. It keeps on coming. Let me see if I can mute it. Oh God. All right. Let me just give you this quickly now. National Assembly transmits tax reform bills to Tinubu. So the tax reform bills now is passed through Parliament now, and I'm waiting presidential assent before it becomes law. So there it is right there. The process completes, and the final dot on the line to be inserted by the president. So National Assembly transmits tax reform bills to Tinubu. So we do just a few paragraphs. I think the headline already tells us what we need to know. The National Assembly has formally transmitted the tax reform bills to President Bola Tinubu, marking a critical step in the administration's ambitious fiscal overhaul under the Renewed Hope agenda. The chairman of the Senate Committee on Media and Public Affairs, Senator Yemi Adaramodu, confirmed the development during a press briefing at the National Assembly complex on Tuesday. He disclosed that the harmonization process between the Senate and the House of Representatives had been completed. Yes, the bill has now been transmitted. It is out of our hands and on its way to the executive, Adaramodu said. So there it is right there. So that doesn't then mean that Tinubu will sign it immediately, because it goes then to the executive, who will then have a read through to see if it's consistent with what their intentions are. If they want an amendment, we saw it with the electoral reform bill that they sent to Buhari, and he sent it back to make some adjustments, and then they made the adjustments. So there still might be a back and forth before that final signature is appended. But there it is right there. So that's the progress being made then on that. So that's the progress being made on that. We go on from that to the next. We are open to negotiating with bandits, Sokoto governor, Sokoto government. So this is Tinubu's idea then that seems to rankle somewhat to the Nigerian people, because of course they wanted Tinubu slinging an AK-47. They wanted Tinubu slinging an AK-47 over his shoulder and charging into the forest in Benue state, shooting any Fulani man in sight. So that's the expectation. Sokoto State has reiterated its commitment to peace and security, expressing willingness to engage in dialogue with armed groups who are ready to lay down their weapons and embrace reconciliation. In a statement signed by the special advisor to the governor, etc., whatever their name is, the state emphasized the importance of negotiation over prolonged conflict. So that's the Sokoto state stance. So that's how Sokoto state stands. This is Seyi Makinde doing last-minute looting before he leaves State House. 2 years to go. Makinde earmarks 63.4 billion naira to upgrade government or your government house. So after having been there then for 6 years, so this is just to tell you then that he's starting to organize his pension from that space. So he's just going to steal that money. There's no, I don't think there's any gainsaying there. That's just pension plan. It's just last minute looting. We saw a lot of that under the Buhari administration, where they were just hand over fist stealing everything. Let's rattle through then the clips that we have, and then we take it from there. So let's kick it off. Where are we kicking it off? Oh, this one now. Okay. Yes, let me start it with this one. This is a throwback to the Goodluck Jonathan era. And it was in the throes of the campaigns to get Goodluck Jonathan out of office, just to give you a flavor of the sort of politics that we politic in Nigeria. Watch this.
Jonathan, you will not sleep well. Those who are supporting you will not sleep well. When you wake up in the morning, you will be migraine. In the evening, you will be bellyache. If you don't leave quickly, what happened to Abacha will happen to you. If you don't leave quickly, what happened to Yaradua will happen to you. The people of Nigeria say, enough.
So that's how the politic in Nigeria. It will not be let me not use curse words, but that's how the politics in Nigeria is just curse. Still within the duplicitous nature of Nigerian politics. So very much Obasanjo now fraternizing with Atiku Abubakar, just indicating then that he will be a better replacement to the person sitting in Aso Rock at the moment. So this is the sort of fraternization that we're seeing between Obasanjo and Atiku Abubakar. We all see it in open glare, the holding hands, visiting, going to seminars together and all that, trying to promote Atiku Abubakar. But once upon a time, he had different thoughts. Watch this.
Yeah. I have no personal issue with Atiku, but if I then, with what I know about Atiku, which you can read in my book.
Okay, read the book. Are you a member of his family?
With what I know about Atiku, if I have put Atiku forward, God will not have forgiven me.
Okay. Okay.
So that was Obasanjo's thought on Atiku once upon a time. Those thoughts now change, of course. And now, so now the country is in the grips of what happened in Benue State. Everybody is just, there's a sense of fed upness and enough is enough, and we're all just subsumed by the emotions of it all. But we're weighing heavily on the central space, of course, and as we rightly should, that this should not have happened. And what did they do to try to prevent it? So we're asking all of those questions. But what the Inspector General of Police says in this next clip, it really struck me, and it made me pause to reflect, just to rethink my rage. So we're all just subsumed because, of course, the graphic images and just the angst in the air and all that. But then when I saw this clip by the Inspector General of Police, it gave me cause to pause and recalibrate my thinking. Watch this.
Everywhere. You see, when one incident happened, hundreds of incidents have been prevented that are not known to the public. So that this happened does not mean that we have not been deploying. We have actually been deploying. We've been working together with the military and with other security agencies to ensure that this reign of impunity of these criminal elements ends, and we are committed to this. This attack on the peaceful Yelewata community is one attack too many. It is not just an attack on the people of Benue State. It's an attack on the entire nation, and we are not going to accept it. The people of this community are not alone. We are with them. The entire Nigerian communities are with them. A day will come when these bandits will come to operate as they used to, and they will never return.
Right. It's the first phase of what he said that actually struck me. So for this incident, there were all angst and outraged about. For this incident that has happened, countless incidents have been prevented. That's what the Inspector General of Police was telling us, that for this incident that did happen, countless incidents had been thwarted, forestalled, nipped in the bud, whatever it is. So countless incidents were stopped. And a lot of these bandits have been, pied, but they only need one strike to agitate the nation and fill us all with that sense of that we're under siege. And that struck me, because anytime you are flicking through the headlines, you hear that, there was an interception here, a kidnapping was prevented, a bunch of black bandits were slaughtered, and all of these things. You just read that casually in the headline. So for all of those instances, it was an atrocity prevented. Do you see? But all the insurgents, bandits, terrorists, whatever you're terming them as, all they need is just one big strike in order then to subsume the whole country with a sense of foreboding. And that was what we saw. So that struck me somewhat when he said that. But Tinubu, like I said, the first president then to go and felicitate or sympathize, empathize with victims of banditry. He did actually try to get to the epicenter, but force majeure. Do you know what force majeure is? An act of God. That was what stopped him from actually going to the village that was savaged and ravaged. Force majeure, an act of God.
Saboda fasa wannan ruwan yana zaman da wani abu.
So that was the presidential convoy then that was forced by rain and flooding to turn back. Of course, that opens another vista for criticism. But that was the presidential convoy right there. So this now next clip that I'm about to play you now. This really seems to irritate Nigerians because they've been talking about this a lot. This seems to rankle them somewhat, but they are all, of course, rankled by anything that the president does because they feel that their man should be there. So about this, I'm not quite sure if I align or not with their anger against this next clip I'm about to play you now. There it is right there. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. So they rolled out the school kids to line up the roads to greet Tinubu as he arrives in Benue State. And people were saying the occasion was too somber for that sort of a visit. And they were saying these are children that have essentially lost their loved ones, and they're still rolling them out as political too. So I don't see it that way. I see it differently. So here is Tinubu now. He can't do more than he's doing now as an aftermath of that event. So he visits the center, he visits the state, And then people are saying, no, it's headed up in the house of some emir, having grand speeches and throwing banter with political functionaries. So that's the criticism, but that wasn't all he did in Benue State. Watch this.
On Saturday, we had 54 cases, out of which 5 died. Say that we were 23 more, 18 females. This ward will have the females. Out of the 54, 40 had major surgery on staff injuries. So this ward will have the females, some had amputation, multiple some lost their limbs, some of the
So that's Tinubu then visiting the victims of the atrocity in hospitals. So that's Tinubu visiting the victims. What else have I got for you? What else have I got? So here is the Chief of Defense Staff, Christopher Musa, telling us then about the complexity of the Nigerian security situation. Watch this.
Now, from my own view, what I have observed, 2 basic things, or 3 basic things. One, issue of land, indigenous, non-indigenous, critical, which is political. That is supposed to be sorted out politically. Secondly, the issue of the movement of animals. I have told people over time that when they say farmer herders clash means 2 things are moving. But if the farm is standing and an animal comes in, it's not a clash. It's somebody entering somebody's property. So we must find solutions to how, which means if the animals don't move, we don't have issues. Now again, because of that, again, we have issues of rustling of animals. Which means if we don't even rustle animals again that are moving, again, there won't be most of this problem happening. So those are the 3 critical aspects that we must be able to address clearly. And like I said, most of it is political solution that needs to come into it. Because it's not what the military can solve. What we can stop is to try and stop people from attacking each other.
So that's the Chief of Defense Staff there speaking to the multidimensionality of the security situation. Multidimensional is what is describing it as. So it was a very dark man that is actually pushing this narrative, and the Fulanis are not very pleased with him. They've responded and given him a final warning. Watch this.
I want to do this video for one guy. They are calling that guy very dark man. VDM, as bandits strike your people. You go there and be saying rubbish. Warn your people. This is just the beginning, very dark man. Warn them. This is just the beginning. They never see something. And I want to tell you something. Fullani are not like government. I'm seeing in social media abusing government, doing this. Fullani are not like government. You have to be very careful. You have to be very careful. Last month, I come meet with one video.
So that's a Fulani guy right there, glorying in what has left the rest of the nation in anguish and angst. So that's a Fulani guy glorying in it all right there. But for that glory, this is really the sentiment of people. People are just still outraged.
Today marks a special day for the people in Benue State, because the president, like I rightly started the show, in his very busy schedule, very busy, very tight, I decided to make small time, create time to just visit the people and feel what they feel and speak with them. But these are people that are mourning, they're in crisis. However, while the president is coming, some, so-called, I'm trying to watch my words.
Well, unfortunately, I can't help myself anymore when watching the words.
People just feel, the president, okay, you know what we'll do? Everybody sweep the area, beautify it, Let the cultural group come out. Let's dance and dance for the what? You are mourning, no?
And that's the sheer disregard of life that we see in Nigeria. Whether it's our politicians, whether it's just regular, everyday Nigerian.
Maybe I should leave this story for you.
And that's what it is. It's the sheer disregard of lives and property. And then afterwards, you come out to apologize and say, oh, we're sorry about that. And it begs to ask the question about where your empathy lies as a leader, where your proactivity lies as a leader, and where you value the lives that you seek for, to be voted for. You got into...
Like I said, there's nothing that Tinubu will ever do that will please a certain segment of society. That's not reflective of the generality of opinions, but that is reflective of a vocal minority. But we're all together in the outrage and angst about what happened, but not the politicization of it. These people essentially dancing on the graves of people that are not yet even cold in their graves. That's that right there. Let me give you this. Do you remember shortly after Tinubu got the ticket for the APC, he was going around greeting people, and then he pointedly ignored Yemi Osinbajo to the point that Femi Gbadabiamila had to gently guide him back to Yemi Osinbajo and say, no, Gasa, we don't do it that way. Greet him. And then Tinubu went and greeted him. So a sense of deja vu then when you watch this. So there's no audio to this, but that's Fubara right there in a council meeting of some sort, pointedly ignoring Wike, and the vice president then sends him back that no, go and greet your guy. So that's what happened there. Somewhat reminiscent of the Osinbajo Tinubu thing. So there's that. From that, let's okay, no, let me not play that. Let me just play you a couple more. Oh, let's do a bit of China. If Peter Obi was the president, how would they have handled things differently? Is your question. Here is your answer.
What did China do? China went back to China.
What is our own government focused on building?
In China. No, it's good to give you an example of what China is able to achieve.
I don't want it to be about China, because we use it as reference, then we come back to our reality.
Yes.
Now, you've talked about what China is.
If you see what they achieved,
what about our own people?
You see, I don't want to say what I did while I was in office.
So it would be bad for you to say. You know,
So there it is right there. Maybe we should rename Peter Obi Ching Jong Li, because he's always in China. In China, shall we touch base with Radio Biafra a little bit, see what is going on there? So this is the news report coming out of Radio Biafra, and yes, it is in the manner that you'd expect it to be. This is the news report coming out of not pertaining to Benue, but this is the news that is being digested on Radio Biafra. Watch this.
About seeing finally their secret don't expose. You don't understand. Now the president of Niger now expose their secret. You don't understand. Because the president of Nigeria now, Bola Tinubu, they plan to sell Borno to France. You don't understand. They plan to sell Borno to France. Okay, that means say all that travel when they travel to France, so now their plan be that. And finally, the president of Nigeria.
So there it is right there. So that's a little snippet from Radio Biafra. Very much along the lines of Jubril Sudani. Buhari is dead in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia. Tinubu is sold, planning to sell, probably has now sold Borno State to China. So you heard it here first. Borno State now belongs to, it's not even China, France. Borno State now belongs to France, according to the goings on Radio Biafra. So Borno State now belongs to France, according to the goings on Radio Biafra. Let me give you a couple more, and then yes. let me give you this one. I've not even titled it, so I'm not quite sure what's in this one, but let me give you this one.
We have intelligence of their movement, and we are checkmating them, we are blocking them, and you will see the desired result.
Thank you, sir. You want to ask? Yes, I want to ask a question. Sir, please, I want to ask a question. I want to ask a question. I want to ask you a
So that's the there was another clip actually that Tinubu, this was in Benue State. If I can find, if somebody can send it in to me, I thought I had it, but I don't seem to have downloaded it. But there's a clip. This was in Borno State. That Tinubu, he lined up all of the service chiefs and was making them stand up in the town hall and was rebuking them that where are the arrests? What are you doing? You know, so for me, that was a better. It's a public. I won't say a public. Let's call it a rebuke. It was a public rebuking. So they are saying no, it's to sack the service chiefs. But no, I think this is a better approach. Put them under public pressure to say that, look, I want results. So I thought that was excellently done. That one right there. So what else do we have? I think that's sufficient enough. The link is in the comment section. Anybody that wants to come in. No one in the studio at the moment. If you want the conversation, then you have to hop on. It is a participatory sport. As I said, I'll play the Kegite music and then we'll see what happens after that. First, the Kegite.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wẹ́lá tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petro Sọ́nàmẹ̀ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petro Sọ́dúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe may death have nothing to do with us. So joining us, the cleverest woman on social media, that of course Zita. So always a delight when Zita is here. An equally matching brain, King Emeka has been a moment, so a real treat. Mekos is here. The man that has the answer to it all, our security correspondent, that's to Nigeria right there, and Baba, of course, your favorite voice and mine. So that's the assemble so far. Still plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on. We started off, kick it off. Let's kick it off with the Maker, because of course the Maker has not been here for a moment. So Mekos, good to see you. How far?
Yeah, one man. Good evening.
Salam alaikum.
Always a Malaikum salam, one man. It's always a pleasure coming around. Yeah, I thought I could come in yesterday. Unfortunately, my timing was not so good. But I'm glad that I'm here. So good evening to you, to the fellow members of the platform, and also to the video viewers at homes and those in the comment section. I think at this point, I would say we've lost our humanity in Nigeria. Our political institutions have completely lost its humanity. Our law enforcement agencies have lost their humanity. Some a small set of Nigerians have hijacked the power structure of that country, and they are playing political and economic games with the lives of Nigeria. Also, at this point, I wish to declare
Excuse me.
that the
1 minute.
Chema.
1 minute. I think there's an error on YouTube. Just letting you know to be ready.
Yes, I could see the numbers just skittishly.
Yeah.
The
I just
numbers
wanted
are
you to know
skittish.
that because the last time it happened, the last time it happened, you ended up shutting the program early. So I just wanted you to be aware.
Yes,
all.
I'm seeing that. No. Thank you for that. That reassures me. Because I'm seeing the numbers play funny, and the numbers are as not as they used to be. As they were. Carry on, Emeka. I think we get it now. But carry on.
I also want to categorically state that the Bola Tinubu administration has failed Nigeria in all ramifications. If you look at all the sectors of Nigeria, the touch points, we have seen nothing but no improvements. The Tinubu administration has sent poverty to Nigeria. The Tinubu administration has sent debt to Nigeria. The Tinubu administration has sent hardship to Nigeria. The Tinubu administration has sent poor electricity to Nigeria. The Tinubu administration is also playing games with infrastructural development with Nigeria. So it is an embarrassment, a disgrace, and that's why I'm categorically stating it on the record that the Tinubu administration has failed Nigeria woefully. All hope, all joy, the joy is gone. There's nothing to be hopeful about this administration anymore. It is a huge embarrassment.
Those are heavy words, Emeka. So let's unpack them. So talk us through then what arrived you at this space.
Yeah, thank you, woman. I thank you for also giving me the opportunity to dive deep into it. If we look at the economic situation of Nigeria, there is no improvement. Pick up any indicator, any key indicator matrix for any of the economic parameters, and you will see deterioration. Is it interest rates? Is it the value of the dollar? Is it inflation? Everything has deteriorated. How about security? If not because of very dark man, the uproar, the media attention, the publicity that the Benue killings is getting now would have not been this loud. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you are right. It would have been swept on that because
the killings has been going on for probably like 2 weeks, and the victims in that community could no longer take it anymore. They would have reached out. I'm not saying they would have. They did, because I listened to someone's interview. They reached out to law enforcement authorities, no help. They reached out to very dark man who decided to go to that community and took it to social media. In the interview I watched, because the guy is not in Benue, he said he called the first 5 calls. Those people were telling him, look at what is happening to us. He later called back. Those 5 people who called him initially were all dead. He called back the next day. to want to find out, okay, what's happening? They, just like me talking to you now, right, giving you situation reports, and reached out, you can't get any call again. They're all dead. They told him that they saw the Fulani individuals. They were giving them arms, that they were assembling in Nasarawa, and they were saying, saying that God, go well in God's speed, go and deliver. And they said, no problem. They entered bike, that some soldiers also joined them to carry out the attack.
Yeah, they said about 7 soldiers. Yeah.
Joined them. Now, you can now see that our security agencies are quite aware of what is going on. Even the chief of defense staff said it, but he didn't go into details. I sent something to you, one man, on WhatsApp. He didn't say what is actually the main cause of the issue. He said land grabbing. He's partially right, but he did not go into the in depth about why are they trying to grab the land. It is not the Fulanis that are trying to grab the land. No. It is wealthy Nigerians with international link that are trying to take over that land. And why? Go to that link I sent to you. Benue State has the most mineral resources in Nigeria. It has gold, it has zinc, it has lead, it has coal, it has petrol, it has cobalt. It has lots and lots and lots of mineral resources, more than any state in the country. They need that land for those mineral resources. That is why I said people are playing politics and economic games with the lives of Nigerians. The president is aware. The security agencies are aware. They know what is happening. At least you are not hearing it from me. You also heard it from the chief of defense staff, who is saying Laga, but he did not. He was. They are playing games. He's not talking about cow wrestling, cow nonsense. Those are the games. It is the mineral resources on the land that they want. And he is right. He said they need the political will to go after the perpetrators. He's right. So he's pushing it to the president as well as the political structure of the country. Well, if you want us to fix the problem, then talk to the people who are causing the problem. That the president is telling them to stand up and trying to publicly embarrass them, it's just games. It's just games. That even the president is leaving National Rock to go to Benue. They are all games or public stunts. The governor is aware. They know what is happening. They don't want to talk about it.
The governor said the Zamfara, because they came from Zamfara state from all the indications, the governor said he got notice from the Zamfara state governor that that he has intelligence that something is coming in his direction, and he told him that it was already too late, it's already happened. So they said there were 100 on bikes, and they were savaging a village for
200.
About
There were
4-5 hours, and nobody. How is that possible?
There were 200 of them. Then you have soldiers being involved. Soldiers cannot leave their primary place of deployment to go and do extra PP if they are not getting commands from their CO. They are playing games with the lives of Nigerians. The same template every time. There is the same template, the same procedures, the same consistency, the same victims around the middle belt and the northeast. That is why, see, all when you hear killings, and I'm challenging anybody listening to me now. If you hear killings in Nigeria, take that local government, go to Google, just put mineral resources in that local government, and you will get your answer why those killings are happening. Anybody listening now, just do it. The Yetama community, put it on your Google search. Put mineral resources or mineral resources in Benue State, and you will get your answer. The killings in Benue State will not stop.
That's not true. It's not because
Madam, no, madam, no, stop it, please, I beg you, stop. This is very sensitive. I know what I'm saying, and I know what I am serious about this. I don't want people coming here now, please, madam, I don't want to be disrespectful. These are Nigerians' life. People are playing games with Nigerians'
Emeka,
life.
if you want
Madam,
to talk
please,
about
madam,
your
please,
life,
I beg you, madam. No, madam, please, on your own section.
but the information
Madam,
you're
I am
giving
begging
about
you,
mineral
please
resources
stop
are
it.
wrong.
I am not here. No, I don't want the interjection. On our own section, she can want to counter me. I will not talk to her about it. I'll consider it as her own opinion.
Hold on, Emeka. What Zita is saying is that she's not conceding that there are mineral resources of sufficient enough quantity in Benue State.
I have sent some. I am not the one that did the publication. You are putting it on the screen. What does that publication say? 36 of Nigerians, 44 solid minerals found in Benue State, the highest so far in the country. Madam, please, I am begging you, please, madam, please, madam, please, madam, please. Okay, I am wrong. Thank you. Happy now? Are you happy? I am wrong. Let me continue.
Hold on, Emeka. Zita, I'm not sure that you corrected Emeka. He's not saying that that Benue State has the highest, but it says it has an abundance of mineral resources, and that is what.
Hold on, wait, one man, can I continue, please?
Something.
No, it is see what I don't
But if he
like.
wants to continue talking, that's fine. When he's done, I can speak.
What I don't like is sympathizers trying to come to want to correct the perception. I am not the person. So this is not an opinion now. It is not Emeka's opinion. It is on your screen. I sent you 2 links. I could not send the remaining because you almost called me. I had to come in. It is a simple research, and I've not even done in-depth. It's just a simple research. Everybody can do it on their own private time. And this is not the first time I am saying this. And I've said it. If you hear killings in Nigeria, anywhere in Nigeria, anywhere, go and put mineral resources and put the community and get your results there. There are no killings in Lagos State in the southwest, right? There are killings in the southeast as a result of Maso, Biafra, and the nonsense political nonsense that the southeasterners are trying to do and misbehaving in that region. But in the north, in the middle belt, especially in the northeast, the killings are economically motivated. There is an in-depth research by an investigative journalist, not just only local, both international. One individual from the United States who did a research, then they worked together. They tied it down to the Chinese, to the French, to some British entities who are sponsoring these killings in the Northeast. Similar now to what is happening in the Middle Belt in Benue State. That's what is happening. People are playing economic games with the lives of Nigerians. The security operatives are aware. The political structures are aware. The president is fully aware. He knows what is going on. So it is an embarrassment or a spit to our face that instead of him solving the problem, I would have probably kept quiet if he had stayed in Aso Rock. Maybe we'll all pretend and say maybe he has told the security chief to go do some few things. But it is inhumane of President Tinubu to leave Aso Rock, pretend like he cares, and go to Benue State, where they all know behind the scenes what is going on. It is very inhumane that they have to organize themselves to act like they care. These guys don't care. That is why I'm calling it out that his administration has failed. All it takes, if we can have some serious journalism, because even our journalistic structure has been hijacked by the international community too. They only would push journalists to tell the stories that they want them to tell. If we can have a brave journalist.
Emeka, let me play you a quick clip. This is from 2018.
I call on President Muhammad Buhari to ring the bell of justice. I call on the Vice President Oshibajo to ring the bell of justice. I call on the Nigerian Senate to ring the bell of justice. Mr. President, we've had reports of panels upon panels, commission of inquiry upon commission of inquiry, presidential committees upon presidential committees, and we have volumes of reports on these satanic killings from Taraba to Benue, from Benue to Zamfara, from Zamfara to...
All right, okay. So I'm not sure that was then Senator Dino Melaye speaking to a similar incident, same location, higher casualty numbers. So the point I'm really making is more of a Nigerian thing that I'm not sure that you can expect this guy to solve it just within 2 years or whatever.
No,
it's a long-standing. Yeah.
The bigger picture here is those 3 states he mentioned. They have certain things that are common amongst them. Mineral resources. That's just it. It is not about who is in power. No. Tinubu will not be there after 2031. But the next president that will be there will still be killings. After that one leaves, another one comes, there will still be killings because of the economic interest. So it is not just, that's why I am pointing it. Maybe I will get you that report and you will read it in depth and see what is driving it. It is money, purely money. But people don't have to die. You can buy them out if you want what is beneath the soil on their land. You can buy them out. You don't need to kill them. You don't need to burn their property. You don't need to lie. You don't need to pretend and say it is a cow nonsense, blaming it on the cows or blaming it on an entire ethnic group. They are local collaborators, wealthy local collaborators, international link, creating this mayhem. They know what is happening. And
all right, Emeka,
start
to bring it on so we can bring other voices in. You can see they're keen to speak. 3 more minutes.
So, in all hindsight, Tinubu has failed like his predecessor. Nothing to write home about. Yeah, he will win the election. His goodwill within the political class is still strong, but his goodwill within the masses is going down the drain. I don't think a lot of Nigerians are happy with him. I myself am not more happy with him. He has completely failed me. I've lost all hopes. And I've seen him doing the same thing his predecessors are doing. It seems people do not want Nigeria to work. And apparently, Nigeria seems not to be working. Or it is actually working for those who have specific interests, and it is working the way they want it to work. It's a shame. Completely is a shame. And unfortunately, we found ourselves in this situation. This will not be the end of the death of Nigerians because of people who want to make money. So anybody who wants to come here to try to whitewash nonsense when the truth is glaring, if not for very dark man, this will just be, we will hear the news 2 weeks or a month after. No, it was 2 weeks because the killing were ongoing. We would have heard the news maybe 1 month or 2 months later that some people died, and everybody and the victims will be buried. They would have gone ahead to bury their dead and move on with life. Feeling the pains is maybe because we've not felt it directly. That's why we are not shouting enough. So nobody should come here to whitewash and tell me the nonsense that Tinubu is doing or not doing, playing games with Nigerians, commissioning 4% of a kilometer road. What is the infrastructure they are building? Let's speak. If we want to talk about Abuja, Abuja is a state now. Wike is developing Abuja like the governor. He's the governor of Abuja. He's doing a good job. He has a track record. He has done it in Rivers State. So what is the Minister of Work doing? Commissioning how many percentage? They're playing games with us. Minister of Power, everything. Let's be honest for once. Let's be honest and call a spade a spade. That Tinubu has failed. And he has failed woefully. He said it, that people hate him. Why would people hate you? Because you are not working. Why would people hate you? You sent Nigerians to poverty. Why would people hate you? I have huge admiration for you. I campaigned for you. I campaigned for you. And look at me. Look at what I'm saying because I'm not seeing anything. Why would people hate you? People just don't go about hating you. You've completely failed Nigerians. Completely. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent Emeka. It's been too long. You see, it holds you enraptured just with the the one thing about Emeka. Not often I agree with everything that Emeka says, but Emeka speaks from the heart, and you can hear it in his words because he cares so much about his people, and he knows so much what he thinks should be done, and that is what you're hearing. So it's that passion that really keeps us going. So that's Emeka giving an impassioned submission right there. That's the president not living up to his billing. But you wanted to disagree somewhat with some of the details of what Emeka said. So we go on next to Zita, who has a counterweight opinion, and we start to do 5-7 minutes monologue. Zita, you're up next.
I'm not doing a monologue because I'm busy. I'll come back to speak. But let me say this, what I wanted to say. Anybody can be claiming anything, that is the reason why they're buying people in Benue. But I am waiting for our government to tell us why that rubbish is going on. I have said it here before, and I will say it again. If the government of Nigeria does not want to defend Nigerians, secure their life and property, Nigerians should secure it by themselves. That's why I supported wholeheartedly with my being and my body, my sense, my thinking, and everything that I believe in. I supported what happened in Edo. And I doubled down on it by saying, even if it means them doing it and eventually an innocent one of them becomes a victim, that's still fine by me. That's how far I went. Because if it continue happening like that, I believe it will stop. When you think people you are coming to attack is ready for you, and if you come in 50, yeah, you will buy some of them, but maybe probably 30 of you will not get home. It becomes a game of luck. But this time around, they're having their free will. But I don't want to go there now. When it's my turn, I will speak. I wanted to correct something. Before you talk about mineral resources in a land, you do not talk about it by mercy or what one pepper produces. You have to talk about geologically. There has been geologically explored, seen that yes, this is what is there, and it's documented. They call it.
It is documented though, because it's quoting the minister from the commissioner from that state.
One man, before I lose my thought, please.
No, carry on, but yeah.
Please, I have made this bet here for $1 million. I said, when I give you the papers, you go to that state, because I have made a comment here severally. I said, every state in Nigeria has something that can sustain them. If they harness the mineral resources, they catch crop in their land, it can sustain them. But none of them want to do it. Everybody is waiting for oil money. What am I talking about? It's called share count. It's not all about any paper writing anything or somebody standing up to make claims. I'm talking about, I repeat myself again, geologically researched, seen, explored on that land, and they say, yes, this land has this, it has this, it's land, and it's documented. Every other thing outside of that is talk. So, in that case, Benue State have only 10 count. And it's not the highest. It's not the highest in Nigeria. That's why I keep wondering why that attack on Benue on regular basis. But my worry started coming down when I noticed that they are spreading around Nigeria. Because at the beginning, it was Benue State. That is the legal observation.
But sorry, sister, there's a particular focus on Benue State, though. So what are you speculating to as to why they are especially focused on Benue State?
I don't want to speculate anything. I want to get the details very well. Because when this bias, massacring bias started, it was in Benue State. And people like me were very curious. I was like, why Benue? Why Benue? I looked at my paper. They are not that rich, like very rich. Yes, most cash crop can grow in Japan, same as Plateau State. Plateau State has 21 share count of mineral resources. So why not Plateau State? So, but as the years pass by, yes, it's still happening in Benue, but these cockroaches and rats are spreading around Nigeria. And nobody is observing that. No, nobody is observing that. Nobody is observing. They're in southwest now. They're in southeast now. They have entered south-south. Although the number is not as big as that of Benue State. But if we do not watch it now, it might get to that. As for me, and my understanding, and the paper in my hands, and the NITT, Benue is not the richest mineral resource state in Nigeria. None. It has only 10 counts, share counts. So it can't be the richest. Plateau is even richer than Benue State. When it comes to share count, observe geological trace, and yes, they have this number in abundance that can make somebody want to establish there. So I will continue seeking for information on why these people are littering the whole of Nigeria. I don't want to believe in mercy. I don't want to take it to religion. I don't want to take it to mineral resources. because on certain place they went to ain't got no mineral resources. So that is the only correction I want to make. Every other thing he's saying with his passion, that's fine with me. I've showed that kind of passion before when they said they are going to catch the boys that set them ablaze in Edo State. I showed that kind of passion. Everybody was abusing me, even me. I give it to him, fine. But the only correction I want to make is that I do not really think that is the mineral resources. I don't think so. They don't even have emerald. Neither do they have sapphire. So what are we talking about? Those are easy collect.
You know, it could well be, you know, there are so many reasons it could be. It could be intimidation, which is
Woman, can I come in briefly, just quickly? I'm not taking the listen. So, Madam Zita mentioned just in Plateau. Last year, there were killings in Plateau. There were killings. You played a video clip on Senator Dino Melaye, and that was in 2014 or 2016.
2018. That was 2018.
2018. Thank you for the correction. And you mentioned those things. Woman, see, you know, don't take my word for it. Just go and do the exercise I told you to do. Now, you notice that I am not pushing opinion. I am citing people, right? The chief of defense staff, that is the highest security officer in Nigeria. The highest. We can't even equate him with the Inspector General of Police. You can't. He's the highest, apart from the National Security Advisor, who is technically not a security expert. He is the highest, the Chief of Defense Staff. And he's telling you that it is land that is creating this problem. It is land that is creating the problem. What evidence again do you need? What you now need to do is to find out why is the land creating the problem. Why? He didn't say it is cattle. He said it is land. Then he was just trying to play games with cattle rustling and the nonsense. Play the video again. And when you now do your research, you find out that the land contains economic benefits. Not only that, and you say, woman, I don't enjoy. Why I'm saying this is, it's not to pass opinion. I don't really enjoy. I like to cite resources when I speak strongly and come to conclusion. The research, the investigation has been done. They say it's spreading. Why won't it spread? When they can take some places, and if you have something on your land that they want, they will go there and take it.
One man.
They will go there and take it. It's spreading. Why won't it spread? The security agencies are not doing anything. As a matter of fact, they are sending their boys to go and perpetrate the act. So what I want the Benue State, the victims in Benue State to do is to sue the Nigerian army, because they have evidence of soldiers joining those guys. Sue the Nigerian army, sue the Nigerian government. They have to pay.
All right. Emeka, I have to move around a bit. Zita, have that last word. From you, we go on to Niger. We'll be a bit rigid with the time so that we can get to people quicker. Zita, you wanted to say?
One man, as he said he's citing. I don't know where they're citing it from, but there is what is called NEITI. You go to the website of NEITI. These are things. Mineral resources don't just grow. If the segmentation of a land contains a mineral resources, it contains a mineral resources. It doesn't over the years start containing a mineral resources. These things are done by soil sampling. And these geologists have done it. It's not even Nigerian geologists, but it's in Nigeria website. Go to NEITI And then you will see the data. It is not, although there are 1 or 2 places I have in my own data that they didn't put the normal quantity there. But you can go to NEIT, look in their website, and bring out Benue State. As I said before, Benue State have only 10 share count. A state that has only 10 share count cannot be the richest mineral resource state in Nigeria. It doesn't work that way. But our politicians, individuals, anybody can come up to make claims, beautiful claims, that's okay. You can write anything, that's okay. But I will say this, you people should not come back and call me rich. One day we find out why these people are running helter-skelter in Nigeria and wiping out Nigerians. I rest my case. One man, when you come to my turn, I'll speak.
Oh, all right, brilliant.
You've already spoken more than 10 minutes and you want to come to your third again. What kind of shakara be that one?
All right. Is the majestic?
You started to don't give me microphone. Don't give me. You wouldn't let anybody.
I don't know.
Look at that.
People come here only to listen to Tunaija. They cannot leave without listening to Tunaija. Tunaija, floor is yours. 5-7 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, greetings, one man. Thank you for having me. Greetings to all the panelists, the chat, and the viewers. Yeah, I really do appreciate the way Meka did take some of the points and the reasons. And Madam Zita, I think, yeah, the Zita, the idea of a kind of plurality of natural mineral resources is different from the actual production value that a state produces. Part of maybe what you are addressing is that, but in terms of different types that exist, it appears Zamfara is not Zamfara. I mean, Benue is up there with Plateau. While I think Kogi is the producer. I think iron ore there, from what I gathered from the information I was sharing. So maybe there's a misunderstanding of what you are trying to, what both sides are trying to say. So, but regarding the issues,
there's no misunderstanding about it. Please.
Then if there's no misunderstanding, then you are mistaken. Then
no, you are not. There's no misunderstanding. Don't confuse.
There are two types of information.
Hold on, Zeta. Let him flesh out the position.
Let me correct it, one man, please. Nobody should confuse what I said. I stand by what I said. What I am saying is something that has been found, identified, that is there. And is recorded in the Nigerian system, and the whole world know that thing is there. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
I don't care whatever people are saying.
Are you looking at volume, size, and
no? They
production?
call it share count. When you enter a place, you run it.
What is share count based on?
It means geologically. They might not find the large quantity of it, but geologically, they are saying that this land has this. This land, that means they have traced the segmentation of the land.
Kogi is not the highest. Kogi is not the highest if that's what you're looking at.
This land had this, this land had this, this land had this, this land had this. And I'm telling you people that Benue State has 10 counts in the system, and you're telling me
I don't know what you're calling count, what it actually means.
All right, let's do it this way. Let's let the speaker have a moment to flesh out a position, and then we can do the interjections. Otherwise, we'll be here for it will be somewhat skittish. The
counts. If you are doing counts, I'm looking at the different types of minerals that have been found in the state, and Benue is clearly up there with Plateau. Kogi is not even there. Kogi has volume and production, the one that are actually being produced, while the ones in Benue hasn't started being exploited. Most of it is just being discovered, not exploited at all, and maybe that's what is going on now. And there are multiple factors that enable certain events to be able to take place. It's not only one thing. Just like our military guys will be talking about how the economic situation in Nigeria is why you see corruption and stuff like that. Because it's not only just criminality that is encouraging it. So the same thing it goes for these bandits and terrorist attacks that we are getting. Emeka is right that there are actors out there that are looking to displace people so that they can be able to mine the resources, basically take the resources and make money out of it. And this is done in connivance with top military and personnel of the Nigerian state. Because that's how they exploit the state. This is not only in Nigeria, it's happening in DRC, it's happening in Sudan, it's happening in many African countries. As a matter of fact, this is how they take most of our resources in Africa. Maybe if they had found a better way to do it with oil, they would have done that too. Maybe it's already happening, because that's why we hear about bunkering and all this stuff that goes on with the permission of senior officials. And at the same time, there is an element there of religious fundamentalism going on. There's also an element of land grabbing, as people say, that is going on. That is a fact of the situation, because if you look at different countries, you see that going on in Sudan right now. You see that, and we know that has happened in the DRC too, with the Tutsis taking over significant portion of Eastern Congo over the decades. So there are the way this is happen is the way is the kind of stuff Madasita was encouraging in Benue State. I don't know in the Edo State, I mean, because if you support locals taking their security into their own hands, what do you think happens over time? What happens over time is that security force will become a force that needs to be fed. And tomorrow, maybe the neighboring community does the same thing too. Before you know it, you start getting sectional security forces. And they start competing for resources. And before you know it, you end up like exactly where Congo is right now. And to an extent, it's beginning to happen in Nigeria already. And we have to be careful what we wish for here. And I like what is going on in the sense that people are focusing on the government. And Tinubu should be blamed heavily for not doing what he promised when he got into office. This man promised that he was going to recruit heavily into our security forces. But is he doing that? No, he's not. Now they are looking at recruiting 10,000 border immigration officers, which is significant given that we had just about 25,000 before, or around 23,000. So that is basically about 15.
Tunaja, sorry to interrupt you, please. Let me just read out something. I've been sending a lot of stuff to one man. Sorry to interrupt you. You're on the good spot. Now let me read something out. The Emir of Huatakwashi, His Royal Highness Abubakar Ahmed Umar, has blamed foreign collaborators and the presence of mineral resources for the worsening insecurity situation in Zamfara State and northern Nigeria. Okay? Yeah. He also said the disagreement between Fulanis and Hausa over cattle rearing were initially the main cause of the conflict, but the situation has aggravated by the discovery of gold and other mineral resources in the region. I have been sending publications, investigations to one man from 2021 to 2025. Go and read. I don't know the nonsense people are talking. The locals are saying what the problem is. And somebody is coming. Even another one, they cited, you are saying count. What are counts? They cite from Zamfara to Benue, from Benue to this. They are calling the state. And I've said, everybody go to your Google search and put it there. The similarities are the same. So people in the comment section are saying that I should not talk because the president has made us suffer. You people are wicked. Because your family is not, they are not killing your family, right? That is why you begin to say this. People are playing with Nigerian lives. Wicked people are playing with Nigerian lives. And for people are being insensitive.
All right. Thank you, Emeka. Back to you tonight.
So when these actors, let me just add one more quality to why this is also occurring. Because I did mention some religious fundamentalism and corrupt this in officials and foreign actors, but there is also the issue of this in land grabbing, whereby some people that are outside the territory that feel like, especially people that are in the Sahel area, they want to get more fertile lands to occupy. They will use that as a vehicle to move in. And think about it. How do you go to a local area and say evacuate, and you recruit the people in that state to evacuate the people in that state? It's not going to work. Or you go to the next door neighbor and no, you have to bring people that don't feel affiliation to those people to do those things. And that is why you tend to see these foreigners show up or people that are far removed from that area, they show up to cause this anarchy. That's what is happening. And we as a people, I've said it before, if we don't take your security seriously, security will do you in. And you can see what's going on in the world right now. People that play with the lives of their people, yes, other people will come and play with your lives, the lives of your people sooner or later. Consequences will come. And people that keep doing that, we as a people, I think we are so far. Many of us are so far from understanding that the way this world is, and maybe because they don't teach us at school. Nobody teaches us this type of things. Tells you that, oh my God, your nation, you have to fight for it. You have to know who is who and what is going on in your country. Nobody teaches people these things. We just teach them, oh, you have to go be a doctor, be a nurse, treat people, do this, and that's your life. No, these people have been sabotaging the country, and this president promised that he was going to do certain things. He was at Chatham House promising how he was going to recruit into our security forces. Now, the capacity this country still has, the Nigeria still has 6,000 at a time that they can train into the military. 6,000 at a time. So, and they can do that twice a year, which means maximum 12,000 a year. That is crazy for a country that needs to move on. Yesterday, I was watching a video by Wodemaya to see Algeria. You know, when I was telling people that Algeria is one of the most this Eurosceptic country in Africa, and this country is almost desert and everything. But go and see the development in that country. See how they build a city, and this country spends so much money on their security. Their defense budget is around $25 billion. $25 billion. How did they have money to build all those things? Maybe because they were not hemorrhaging money every month, like every year, like Nigeria hemorrhages money. We keep losing money all the time because we are losing about $50 billion a year because of this insecurity that we create. And when they tell people that you need to push your leaders, and in a way, I really appreciate Nigerians, at least that begin to stand up a little bit. With this Benue one, normally when they kill people, within a day, the news goes away. Now, they are holding on to this one. And I think Nigerians should really hold on and press our leaders to do what needs to be done to secure the country. But you need to ask for the right things because all of them know. All the leaders know. All of them know that they need to recruit more. That's why they promised it to us when they were running for election. They know that. But why don't they do it when they get into office? Tinubu has almost done everything he put in his manifesto apart from that one. And that's the one I said, if Tinubu does what he said he was going to do in that manifesto, I will forgive all his sins. And yet, he refused to do that one. Because he knows if he does that, he might change the equation of whether Nigeria is sovereign that we've lost over 100 years ago. He might actually be able to change that equation. And he's scared of doing it because that Najatu said that if he tries to do that, they are going to kill him. That's what he said. This is why your leaders come on TV, even our defense minister come on TV and tell you that, oh, it's because of this reason we want the people to fight with us. No. Our security officials are not ghosts. They are not going to be everywhere at the time. And you're going to get some of them that are also compromised on top of it. You have that problem. The truth is that you have compromised security officials. You have the ones that are doing their job. Maybe all of them are compromised, but some of the time they are doing their job. This is why you get, Nigeria is not 100% insecure, is it? If you go to the cities, you don't tend to get some of these incidents occur. Not that it doesn't occur in the cities now and again, but it doesn't occur at this frequency in the cities. So what does that tell you? It tells you that you need to increase the size so I get more of those people that will help secure the country. If you look at other countries that have done these things, Algeria was experiencing some serious Islamic fundamentalism. They were killing people like crazy in that country. And look at the country today. Look at the development you see in that country. I was flabbergasted when I saw how well the capital looked. And this is a country that is spending $23 billion on his defense. Nigeria is spending just about $4 billion. $4 billion to protect 220 million people. And Algeria has in excess of 600,000 soldiers. Nigeria just has 200,000. Why? It just shows you that we can afford it, but we just choose not to. Our people just choose not to. And I really hope our people understand what these government officials promised. They promised it. Every single one of them promised. From P2B, and even P2B doesn't talk about it too much anymore. That should tell you something. He doesn't talk about it too much anymore. Neither does Atiku. They will just say, oh, he's not doing very well in security. But you don't talk about your policy that you promised. Because if you remind people of your promise, that you promised during the election, people will start demanding that from the government. They'll say, why are you not recruiting more to go and protect the country? Why are soldiers and police officers not all over those regions where you have experienced insecurity? They should be everywhere. They should form a grid in the country. And then you create a border force that's going to protect the borders. We have the people. Give them jobs. If you go to Nigeria, you will see so many youths looking for jobs. Many of them are doing TikTok. Thank you. Yeah. Many of them are doing TikTok right now. Some of them are working for people overseas. Some of them are doing Yahoo. And yet these people can do honorable job of protecting their country. They don't give them jobs to do anything. They keep standing our people down. When I look at the world today, man, I really worry for Nigeria. I really do. When I hear that America is looking to destroy a nuclear facility that is 80 meters underground, and I wonder that, do we even have anything 5 meters underground? Do we truly? Can we survive on the day of judgment? When somebody decides that today is today, according to somebody, when the world reorganizes itself, they will tell the south, the southeast, the southwest, hey, you go with this side, you go with this side. We are going to march. Wherever they tell us to march, we'll march like because we have no choice. We don't have sovereignty. We don't have control over our borders. And our leaders, instead of them to be trying to at least try to correct course now, they are not doing it. One thing I will say about this government, I'm watching what they are doing with this Dangote refinery and the Naira and this petroleum price. It appears to be coming down in Nigeria. But I don't see the Nigerian currency appreciating. That tells you that something is still wrong. I think I also heard that he also flooded the country with food because of his own policy that he created. Now he wants to destroy the gains that the previous government made with local rice. For rice and other goods that were being produced in Nigeria. So everything they do, they just move one step forward and go one step backward. They pretend as if they are solving a problem, then they will just create a new policy to solve that problem. The problem can actually be solved quite easily by them in the first place. They will just pretend as if they want to create a new policy to solve that problem. Watch what they are going to try to do about security now. They will create one other big idea that this is what we are going to do to solve the security, but they are not going to do it. They will just go pass one law, solve that problem, then use other one to make money again and sabotage the country as much as they like. There is no reason why the Nigerian currency shouldn't be appreciating right now, but it is not. And if I'm not mistaken, there's a lot of oil companies that are still importing, modular refineries that are importing crude from outside into Nigeria. Can you imagine now that this conflict that is going on in the Middle East, crude oil price is going up. Instead of Nigeria to gain from it, guess what? Many Nigerian refiners are still buying crude from overseas. In other words, we are not even making we are not getting the benefits from all those things. There are too many things that this government have done wrong. But I just get a feeling that I'm watching the space that maybe the damage they've done, if they start to retrace themselves, like especially getting Dangote refinery to be functioning, because I gather that the Naira for crude deal is beginning to be back on again. I'm not sure. They are still talking. I don't know why they are talking. They should have known that it's going to be ending in March and placed it again in place, but they have not done it. So, but Dangote too is now distributing petroleum products. So there are signs that Nigeria is trying to click into gear, but I'm not convinced. And most of all these gains can be lost again if they don't take care of security. So I will leave it at that this government, from what I can see so far, they are not serious. Look at they send children to go and wait on the side of the road for people, a state that just suffer serious tragedy. And they've been suffering this tragedy, not just this is just the last one. It's been happening, and they have IDP camps all over the place in that state. This president needs to do better, a lot better. He is the one that said they should not feel sorry for him. I don't know why people are busy defending him. Personally, I don't think he deserves to be re-elected. Personally, that's what I think. But if he does the right things before the election, let's say he decides that, you know what, I got the message now, our people can't be killed anymore. I'm going to start recruiting heavily. I got the message now.
True Nigeria, you are still drinking from the cup of hopes. You are drinking from the cup of hopes. There is nothing the president will do. These guys They said it. Adamo Shomole, I sent something to one man, has said it. Retired military officers are the ones sponsoring the banditry and illegal mining in Nigeria. Many of them are supporting politicians, channeling funds to politicians. They are campaigning for politicians, giving them funds for their campaign. There is nothing the president will do. That's why I say change the president, it will still continue. This is an organized crime.
See, let me
So we should stick to reality and tell ourselves that Nigeria is a lost cause. If a group of one man wait, please, I'm begging you. This is serious business. I'm begging you. Nigerians need to know.
Hold on. I don't want this to be a skittish session. That's just
no. I am not. I am. You see,
yeah.
I don't see. Hold on. Sorry, one man. I will not interject again.
Just wait. Make that point, and then Tunaja land it, and then we go on to Baba. So
no, I'm not trying to criticize Tunaja. I'm only telling him that Tunaja is still on the bandwagon of hope. There is no hope again for Nigeria. There is no hope. It's captured. It's done.
Then let's divide Nigeria. Let everybody go.
It's done.
Let's make no mistakes. I have to say, man, if I want, you just jogged my memory. I'm surprised how many things are free in Nigeria. Education is free, healthcare is free. Just name it. Almost everything is free there. I can't believe what I was seeing with my own eyes. So now let me go back to the point I was making. See, all states are almost captured, if not captured already. Let's make no mistake about that. The elites capture states. Question is, how can you use that capture to benefit the nation? You can even argue that Dangote captured this in the petroleum industry, but he's using it for the benefit of the country. I think, like you said it before, why are these people so wicked? Why do they have to get rid of people? You don't have to do that. And it comes from a situation whereby there is a kind of opposition between the law and what the elites are looking to accomplish. Because why is it that you cannot reach some agreement with these people that, okay, you're going to make money, but you are going to employ people and you're going to do it in a decent manner whereby
I don't think it's land.
Pardon?
I don't think it's land.
No, it's a combination of things. It's not only one
feature that
Two manager, can I say something?
No, I was waiting for Tunaja to land. We've got we've got Baba, we've got Ola, we've got a rational mind, we've got Larry, so they're all waiting to speak. So I was just waiting for Tunaja to land.
Thank you. So it's a combination of things, and the way the entire thing has occurred now, you can discuss, bring all these people indoors and say, if you want to make money, you are welcome to make money, but we have to do it the right way, because that is what companies do. Companies make money. Look at all this work that is going on. Where do you think they are all making billions upon billions, maybe trillions? So if you want to make money, we are not going to make it the barbaric way. You come in here, we discuss how you're going to do it. You employ people, you give them jobs, and you actually make money out of this. And there are ways to do this, and that should tell you something, that there are other elements going on here that want to prevent or truncate our industrialization and our development, so that we keep running to Western countries to go and serve them. One way or the other, that needs to stop. And if Tinubu is not doing the right thing by the people, then he needs to be held accountable. Thank you.
All right, Billy, and that's the excellent Tunaja, who still insists that security will go a long way to solving a lot of our problems. So that's Tunaja right there. At least it's clear in his thoughts. A man of equal clarity, maybe even greater clarity. Baba, you're up next.
Yes, thank you, one man. I salute you, co-panelists, my folks in the commentariat. I salute you, and our viewers, esteemed viewers. Please click the like button, very important, and don't forget to share and subscribe whilst I take. Thank you. Let me start by saying that I like to be very factual, on point. I'm very, very current. 6,000 plus soldiers were passed out from the depot in the north just about a week ago. They've gone home for their usual rest for about a week before they are deployed. Over 600 special forces are deployed into Benue as we speak. And they are not properly equipped. The contractors are going to supply their mobile shuttle vehicles and standard rifles they will be using. That's for that. For mineral resources, the 90, which Rita referred to, the Nigerian Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, they are in charge. They inherited a lot of mapping for resources from the colonial masters. Anybody can go to their office in Abuja and request to buy a mapping for any particular area. It is no hassle getting that.
Baba, did you call people masters here?
Can I finish, please? I didn't interject anybody. I waited
I know.
patiently.
Please don't be using
destroy.
that
You're
term. Don't
going
be
to
telling
derail
our young
me.
people
Don't do that to me,
that
please.
people are our
One man.
masters. Nobody's
Don't
our master.
allow. You say what?
No,
don't call people masters. Young people are watching. Don't call other people masters.
Well, I don't know. I refer them as colonial masters. Whilst they are at it, they lord it over us. I will not deny history.
You are because this their own
this guy is
language.
distracting me, one man. Okay,
Don't tell children. You don't tell the young people to be referring to them as masters. Don't you see that you are a grown person? You shouldn't be saying that kind of stuff as a grown person.
Okay, you small tata. Okay, you small tata then cannot control a grown man, an old man. Can you be quiet, please? Have the decency of allowing other people to express their opinion. Is that okay? Is that too difficult for you to do?
I'm just trying to get you to see that. I'm not trying to be
Don't be a windbag and continue to blow and allow other people to marshal their this thing. That's what you people do. You derail people from their own thoughts, train of thoughts. Please be quiet. Thank you. So, as I was saying, you go to 90 and you buy your map. As is oil acreage, so it is in mineral resources. It's one thing for you to have different kind of resources in a state. It's another, are they commercially viable? That's the first point. An investor will find out. If they are not commercially viable, then it's just a resources. Maybe they can do, let me borrow the word they are using in other West African countries, they can do a galamsey operation, that is small band of people just to dig whatever is available. Nobody's going to bring machinery down. I quarrel with that theory that is all about resources of foreigners coming down and kill people in their abode to seize their land. It's a very simple thing, like in oil. When you discover it as an investor, for instance, all you do is approach that community. They must have known what is in there, in their community, and negotiate yourself. No community will not want their mineral resourced land to be tapped to bring development to their community. No, I've not seen that community who want to wallow in poverty. If they are approached by investors, they will give their condition. It behoves on the investor to meet these conditionalities, and it's settled. But I just put that up front. This problem we are facing in Benue is much more than the eyes can see. Don't forget, Benue particularly have a lot of retired major generals. Principally, David Mack, who was a coupist, head of signals, being a minister of communication, head of Senate, foremost politician. He comes from that state. George Akume, secretary to the government of the Federation, is from Benue State. If you look at the narratives coming from the presidency, it's always talking about reconciliation, reconciliation, reconciliation. If you interrogate that very well, then you will catch the drift. Major tribes in Benue, the Tiv, the Junkuns, the Doma, and there is one called Egede. These people have their standing militia. Don't let's just paper over these things. They have their standing militias. We kind of demonize the herdsmen. Let us look carefully. We all have gumption. Let's use our common senses here. When you see a herdsman, maybe leading about 200 cows, you see maybe maximum, maybe 3, 4 in charge of their herds, having AK-47 rifle each. How much damage can they do? Are those 4 or 3 Fullani herdsmen owners of the cow? No, they are not the owners. They themselves are workers, armed by the owners of those cows. Let's ask ourselves, who are the owners of these cows? We've heard from the senator on the floor of the Senate. I can't readily remember the name of that senator, who said cows are also Nigerians. So the Nigerians who owns this cow, they are just not the ordinary Nigerians. They are rich Nigerians. They are cattle farmers, they will call themselves. They are in the corridors of power. They are industrialists. These are the people that are the heart of this. They value one cow than even 100 men. They are the fomenters of most of these troubles. They are the hirers of these militia people. This brings me down to the office of the governor of the state, Reverend Alia. Because the first principle of defense in a state is the government.
Baba,
Yeah.
There is something you forget to say.
Yeah.
When you were mentioning, they have the Tiv militia. Sure, you know.
I've mentioned the Jukun, the TV, we call them the TV, and the Idomas. They all have their militias. We are not talking about that. They are complicit. This brings me to that alias office. The reverend gentleman, I think, he has not honed himself politically, and he's just maybe a lucky governor, because you are the first line of defense for your state before you call in the federal resources when you can't handle it. Principally, Yelwata, the community in question today, is not a village. It's a community spread between 2 sides of a major road in Benue. with a church, the Catholic Church prominently situated along the road. The primary school there is along the road. So when they are attacked, they saw these people coming. They know what transpired previously. Because 2 weeks ago, I think 200 cows were rustled in that through that community. They were overtaken by surprise, even though they knew that there will be a reprisal attack. So these are the things. It's a state at war with itself. George Akume, I'm sure his office is not too far from that of the president as secretary to the government of the federation. David Mark is still a politician, and several other people. They know exactly the situation in that place. And I don't want to believe the individuals, the royalties in that state don't know the principal actors. They know. Why are they not talking?
3 more minutes, Baba.
Yes. Have you ever wondered in all of this brouhaha, all these killings, not one name has been mentioned? Not one single name has been mentioned. Why I say I blame earlier, what's he doing as a first line of defense when this whole thing started in earnest? What did he do? Do you know in every local government in Nigeria, you have one DSS officers? That's how much this country is being spied upon. Every local government has a DSS officer assigned. And if we have 774 local governments, that means we have 774 DSS alone, not to talk of other layers. So the governor is well briefed, whether daily, weekly, monthly, or bi-weekly, is well briefed about it going on in that state. He has security votes. He has security votes to disburse. They didn't give you that security vote to put in your pocket. You have to distribute it equitably amongst the security officers. Take, for instance, very close to Yelwata, less than 5 kilometers, they used to have a military post. It's a platoon headed by a captain. What did Alia do to them? Ordinarily, he's supposed to take care of them. Even the traditional ruler of that area, as a form of PR, should be taking food to them once in a while. Even buy them vehicle, because most of these people don't have adequate vehicle. Provide for them. Security is the responsibility of everybody. If we are 211 million, every one of us should be a security officer. Every one of us. Because the price of liberty, is eternal vigilance. Eternal vigilance. Because what we are looking at here is beyond what the ordinary eyes can see. It is the wickedness of our people generally. Life has become very cheap. It's all about money for a lot of people. So it's not going to be easy to be solved. And it has made it easy now for the president. This has given him the impetus now for state policing. And I don't know what the IG is even doing, because Egbetokun is against state police. He said it in several interviews. He should be sacked. It's not fit for purpose. I've said it here severally. For an IG to be effective, that IG must have come from operations. The IGs like Okiro and all the rest that are very, very effective, they come from operations. They even lead when they are going on operations in the midnight, because they can't sleep. They are not used to sleeping. They want to carry rifle too. What's Egbetokun doing? He should be sacked and bring somebody from operation, because the police should be the first on the ground in all of this. So for sake of time, I yield in the meantime, woman. Thank you for the opportunity.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. So that was Baba, of course, the inimitable voice of Baba. So Baba, thank you. Stay with us, Baba, as we go on from you to Rational Mind. Rational Mind, you're up next. We are talking about Benue State, which seems to be what people are keen on the most. But we're also talking about Namadi Sambo, the vice president under Goodluck Jonathan, crossing carpet to the APC. So we're wondering who's going to be left at the PDP come election day. So we're talking about that. And then this alarming thing that the Minister of Interior said, telling us that there's only 10 billion allocated to immigration in budget. So you wonder how that is possible. And whispered quietly, under the fog of the outrage of the Benue State incident, the National Assembly has now transmitted the tax reform bills, their bills to the presidency. So it's played through Parliament now, awaiting presidential assent. So we're talking about that. And we're also talking about this idea of negotiating with the bandits as opposed to ravaging and savaging them. So our floor is yours, 5-7 minutes monologue, Rational Mind.
Yeah, woman, thank you. And I greet everybody. I greet our friends in the comment section. We appreciate everybody here, and I've quietly listened to everybody's submission here. Everybody brought in some different perspective to this whole thing, especially as far as this so senseless killings, the insecurity in Nigeria is concerned. Yeah. For me, woman, I just want to talk about some of those things you mentioned, even though I have some other things I wanted to talk about. Let me rattle through some of those things you mentioned. Yeah, I don't know when as the presidency become the mouthpiece of the French government. For me, you see, I just know right from the inception, from the beginning of this Tinubu's maladministration of that country, I just believe there's something much more than it. Dele Alake, you would have imagined that probably would have been in the presidency as a spokesperson or spokesman for the Tinubu's administration, but then he decided to go to Ministry of Mine and Industry, or is that what they call it? Right there, I knew, and I've been following that guy until recently. I just decided because I have other things much more than that are more important to me than that. Initially, I was following this guy, but one thing about this Tinubu and his criminals like himself is that they are very good at covering their tracks, even when they think that they're covering their tracks. Sooner or later, whatever crap they've done will be revealed, will come to light, will come to see that it's just what we've always suspected about these people. We saw under this, well, maybe it began with Bubu. But the proliferation of this illegal mining in Nigeria, as I won't say maybe it has even reached its peak, but it has increased under Tinubu, which begs a lot of questions. You know, you kind of wonder why the sudden spike in this illegal mining. We saw lots of Chinese becoming so interested in Nigeria mining, not as if they've not been there before anybody that was there before him, before Tinubu, but we saw that spike. It tells you a lot of things that we need to know. The lack of transparency in that ministry tells you that there's something going on that much more than what we know. Maybe until when they leave there, or somebody's able to get hold of some secrets that will come to understand what the crap Tinubu is doing. Because I know Tinubu has interest in that mining. That's why I put Alake there. Because Tinubu will never put anybody where he doesn't have his mouth. He will never put anybody where he never has his mouth. Because he knows that he stands to benefit some things. That's why he put somebody who is very, very close to him, like Dila Alake. You know, he will never do that. So we'll find out very soon. But I just know that there's something much more than that. And then that could probably also explain this proliferation in this, the increase in this insecurity, which some people have come here, they've come to, they try to explain it, trivialize it, make it look like it's nothing so big. It's just herdsman, farmer clash, like the one in Aso Rock was talking about earlier, when he was talking early this week and even today, alluding to something like that they should go and solve the elders should go and solve their issue with whatever. You see, one thing about that country is just that you sit down sometimes, you try to make sense of all this thing that is going on in that country, because I know it's contrived, it's by design that they did that, to overwhelm us, to overload us with information that we even lose track. We start even questioning our own sanity sometimes too. You know, start questioning our sanity, like, am I even am I right in the head? Even thinking that this is what it is and it is not what it is and it is what it is. And you start, like kind of doing some kind of brain kind of like you start questioning your own sanity. You know, some people have tried to do here. Some people are telling us that bringing out. I know the issue is a host of problems, not just one problem. We know it started with their farmer elders clash. You come into my farm to come and graze and you eat all my crops. Started with that. From there, we see they started kidnapping people for ransom. Even the farmers were being kidnapped, or they even stabbed them to death, or they even killed them, like in the case of that guy in Adamawa State that is on death row right now. We don't know if there's going to be pardon or if it's going to, just die for self-defense, So, which begs a lot of questions. And then we saw that metamorphosing into some kind of terrorism, where they just come into highways from the farms, and they would kidnap people who are driving on the road.
So, what did you say about the Edo?
So, and then we see them from there, they're going to villages, kidnap people in the villages. Now to what we're seeing now, that even the villages now, they are not even being kidnapped anymore. They're just being wiped out. So you understand that there is, if you follow what I've just said here, there's a pattern here. But I know there's a goal to all of this. It could be a multiplicity of
One man, show this thing so that others can see it on the screen. What I've been highlighting to you, show it. Let people
I didn't hear you, Emeka. I understand. I'm not trying to say
No. Sorry to interject with my brother. I'm sorry. I want one man. There's something I've been sending to him. Let him show it. It can quiet the people who are saying nonsense. Show it. It's coming to the southwest. It's going to the southwest.
It's the southwest. We saw
show
it. It is already in southwest.
Let people read it for themselves and see what is happening. They are telling us lies. Why the Chinese and the French are buying, are bribing monarchs, bribing the elites, sponsoring banditry, and digging illegal mines, taking our resources, killing people, chasing them out of their locality, claiming it's herdsmen and farmers. It's all lies. This is sponsor. Show it. Let them bring it.
Emeka, it's I mean, I'm not trying to say what you're saying. There's no point there. It's just there's a pattern here. There's a history here. If we follow this history, it could be a combination of all of these things. And I know these people that are doing this too, they want to cover their track. So they too would they will employ media to want to like get us confused, like, oh, it is this, it is that, so that we not really see the real reason behind it. But this latest one that we're seeing, whereby we see this cleansing of a place, of a territory, of a whole village, of a whole people living in a community. It tells you that there's something much more than it, than just, oh, you kill the rustle my cows. Because in this very one now, how do you explain it? The one in Benue. I mean, somebody was telling us earlier saying that they rustle cows. I mean, come on. Is it every village that they're rustling cows that you just in Benue alone? When Autumn was there, we saw how they were wiping people out. Is it that every village is that people are being wiped out? That have somebody from that village, rustled cows from them. And after they wipe them out, where are the cows that they saw in that village? Did they take the cow back from them? Oh, we figured out that, oh, these people from this village, they're the people that we went to do our espionage. We find, spying. And we found out that these people, they have the cows behind the house, all the cows that they rustle from us. Let us go back and attack them and get our cows for them. But where are the cows? You see, it's okay. I mean, one thing for me is just that we can come here and do this Agbado kind of narrative that many people come here and do, and talk for the president, and talk for the Tinubu criminal government, that is supervising the death of Nigerians under his own watch. This is the same guy that was criticizing Jonathan, asking Jonathan to resign if he cannot handle the security situation. What is it? What is he doing? And trivializing it and making it. Went to Benue today. The megalomaniac went to what's it called? Benue today, and made it all about himself. Made children stand in the pouring rain, all because of who? Who do you think you are?
I'm not sure you can blame me for that. Or that attributes to the state governor who was.
So why didn't he? You see, no, not give me that BS of. Come on, man. You see, this is what you do.
It was Tinubu that.
I wanted to chastise you too, but this your.
It was Tinubu that told them to put school kids.
No. It's not Tinubu that told them. No, it's not Tinubu that told them. No, it's not Tinubu. No, it's not Tinubu. Right? That's what you want to hear from me. And look at what you yourself. You look at what you look at your title today. I know that was one of the things that brought me here. I'm going to chastise you for that. Either I'm wrong or right, but I will say my own. Bola Tinubu becomes the first Nigerian president to visit. Come on, dude. You see, this is what we're doing, and you are saying you are accusing Alia of doing the same thing. But this is what you yourself are doing. You are promoting somebody over. I mean, is this what we should be? I mean, woman, you have the right to choose your thumbnail or whatever, so that we can attract people like us that are very anti-Tinubu to come and start talking and raking here. Well, I know maybe that's what you're trying to do, but if Alia is doing what you are doing, why are you blaming Alia? Alia is trying to flatter him. I mean, kind of like his ego. He's trying to like flatter his ego and all of that. So you see, it's an APC team. When I say that party is an Oloibruku party, Akushi Beru party, anything, any curse you want to curse that you can cause them, any insult you want to throw at them, throw them. They don't have brain cells, that party. And it started with Bubu, and this one carry him to the peak. I mean, the guy who went to National Assembly, he turns himself to some kind of megalomaniac. Like everything's about himself. What have you done to let people understand that no, it's not about for you to even know that it's about him. He got there, he turned the whole thing, condolences that you're supposed to go and condole with people. Let's assume Alia did it, like you yourself did it, your woman. Now, he got there. They hate me too now. They hate me now. They will hate you. I mean, they hate me. I mean, like, come on. Is that what we're supposed to be doing?
I think he should not have said that, that they hate him, that because they don't hate him, it's just
No,
that
they did. But people like you,
well,
not you
no,
particularly. Some people are saying that we hate him
voice
here now.
of, huh?
Go on, please, go on.
No, it's just the voice of dissent, the voice of opposition. They echo the loudest, but it's just but he won an election now, so they can't hate him now if he beat everybody to Aso Rock, So that doesn't tell us they hate him.
This guy is a megalomaniac. You know the meaning of that word? It's a megalomaniac.
I noticed that you wound yourself up to say it 3 times. So practice makes perfect. I
know the word, but I just sometimes pronouncing it. When you have so many so many language on your tongue, it's just very, very hard for me. And when you don't use a word consistently, you don't use often, you find it very difficult to pronounce. It's a megalomaniac. Somebody who is so obsessed about power for himself. About himself. He makes everything about himself. That's why you say Alia, Onje in the end, that is his food now. Give him his food. Give him his food. I mean, that is what they do in National Assembly. I mean, so that we can eat, we'll eat meat. That's how it is. That's what
rational mind.
This guy yeah.
Are you excusing the president that is unaware of the insecurities going on in the country?
My brother, I'm not that. I'm just
so I don't know why we're criticizing governors that do not have power to fight insecurities.
That's another topic entirely, my
brother. Dele Alake is aware of what is going on. The president is aware. This is deliberate. It's not like they are all forming ignorance.
Not even to shock you. I know you must have heard about it. Even this same one man here that is doing this pressing into this guy in the Aso Rock there. You talked about it some weeks back, if not months back, that they were trying to set up forest police. I wouldn't call them. Mining police. What was that?
Yes.
Forest guard.
Forest guard.
No, I think maybe forest guard. No, not forest guard.
It was forest guard. It was forest guard.
No, it's mining police.
Yeah.
You're right. He muted the idea that they needed a special force that was armed for the mining industry.
My brother, now go chop propaganda tire for this it's so crazy that sometimes when you hear all these things, you start asking yourself, are you losing brain cell? I mean, sure you even normal? You go, I go sit down and ask myself, am I even normal? Even sitting down and just believing these people. I mean, even listening to these things. They told you this over like almost like a year ago. I know it's over 6 months. They've been talking of like, well, let me use one man in English, muting. They are
not going to magically conjure it up now.
There's a
process. You know, this is one thing that always it befuddles me somewhat. The government mutes an idea or they bring to fore a concept or something that, like these forest guards, for instance, and they said that about 6 weeks ago, and people are saying, where are they? Why are they not in the forest? There's a process now. There's a recruitment. There's a training. There's a process for all of these things now.
Our friend from Britain there, what's his name? On the screen here, Tunanja. He said something. What was that he said? I mean, I forgot what. I mean, he said something a while ago, but I'll come back to it. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, yeah. He's used the word that these people will do something, and I've said it many times here. They will do some other policy that would. I said, this guy, they are very good and masters at self-sabotaging. Nobody's sabotaging them. They will self-sabotage themselves. They will make this perverity of they will do this razzmatazz and paparazzi of some kind of eye-sounding kind of I mean, like you think that this guy, they have idea. Look at this beautiful idea they want to do, and then they only pay lip service to it, and then only for them to do something that will go against that thing that they wanted to do initially. You see, these people are not ready for governance. Tinubu is not ready for governance. He just want to. He said it now. It's what did he say? He said, I wanted to become a president. It's my own time. I mean, Emilokon. That's what he said. This guy is not ready. It's just he wants to be a president. That's why you can see this megalomaniac tendency, characteristics or persona that he always. That's why every one of these governors, they know what it is now. Or he just want praise. Whenever he comes, when I praise him, I know those sycophants around him too. They will start clapping, even when he doesn't say anything that makes sense. They will be clapping. Even like, for example, when he was saying that they hate me, they were all clapping. You see, when you join APC, like Bola said, like Bola too he has lost brain cell. You lose all your brain cell. You don't take normal anymore because you become a sycophant to a leader who all he craves is that worship, that people sing his praise. He doesn't care whether you're telling him the truth or not. He doesn't care whether he's doing the right thing or not. Just praise him. That's what he wants. That's why you can hear him to make utter that kind of crappy thing that he was saying at a condolence. We're supposed to go and condole with people. Make it so mute.
Let me just add something quickly to what you said about the comment I made earlier on regarding how they sabotage things. You know, this government came into office. Tinubu was bragging how he's going to make the Nigerian economy $1 trillion economy. Because of his actions now, it's going to take 22 years from now before Nigeria reaches that at the pace of growth right now. That his own actions. Nigeria should be somewhere around 600 to 700 right now. Because of his own actions, it's going to get to almost 22 years if we are going to even make it there at that time. That is what I mean by the sabotage that they do. They really, really sabotage the country. Thank you.
I'm not sure you can say that there's some big ticket propellers that can leapfrog, like the Lagos-Calabar Superhighway. When that opens up, that, you know, the pork belly fat of the Nigerian economy is that stretch. And if they open up that stretch, that can double the economy almost instantaneously.
When do you think
what is the woman talking in?
You know, when one man wants to annoy you, we just say certain things. Oh my God!
You need to go and ask for become a spokesperson to Tinubu in Zasoro, so that you can be doing this all this Dogo Turenchi and promote him, and you know all this.
I think one man knows how to elicit emotions from someone. He just poke you so that you will just be upset and say, "What is one man trying to say?"
It's okay, but woman. So let me just say this.
To Nigeria, your analysis is kind of wrong.
You keep saying it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, you cannot say somebody is wrong when you don't have any.
Hold on now.
Hold on. Don't tell me to hold on. You were saying something.
It's wrong.
You were not even giving anything that is concrete to what you said.
Can I explain myself?
You explain.
You have the right to say something is wrong.
Explain, Kaya, here.
And the question should be, why did you say it is wrong?
But you said you wait until you get back from the government. That's what you said. So
no, that's not what I'm talking about.
Come on,
please.
We had you, Sita. Now we had you here.
What I said is, Nigeria's analysis is wrong. That's what I said, and you didn't bother to ask me which of his analysis or why. What do I mean by
Nigeria? Okay, go on. Nigeria. Now I get you.
Nigeria said that Tinubu's action has extended us to reach that trillions in 21 years. 22 years. You don't make such analysis, but because if you believe that it is his actions that take us there, another person might come in. His own actions will bring it closer. So you don't make such analysis. That's all I want to say.
The statement was, I qualified the statement by saying at the current growth rate, it's going to take till 2047, which is about 22 years, for Nigeria's economy to reach $1 trillion. That's why I qualified it at the current growth rate. I know some other person can come and fix the damage he made, but I put the context that he came into office.
You did not use the current growth rate. What you say?
Hold on, that is what I used.
Actually, he did say that. He said at the current trajectory. That was what he said.
Yeah.
But as that window opens, let me play you this clip, Rational Mind. Let me play you this clip. So those are the mining marshals. They've already started the recruitment.
I think
Those are look like civil defense now. What are you talking about, one man?
No, those are mining marshals.
One man. Have you seen the civil defense before?
I've seen the civil defense, but those
so
are
that's a
mining
civil
marshals.
defense. Maybe they use them for what you're talking about. That's a civil defense. But you are telling me, hold on, you're not being Larry. But you see, this is what we do here. You are trying to make us believe that it takes a time. They will train them, but these people are already in the force.
No, rational
civil
mind.
defense. Go on, please, Larry.
Rational mind. This is exactly how it is. Mining marshal is not like they are going to start a new agency. They are arm of civil defense, right? In civil defense, there is another arm called agro rangers. So this part of civil defense were just given to the Ministry of Mining. So they even have, if one man look at that thing he played, they have Facebook, somewhere in Facebook where they kind of like showcase everything they do. So, but he said it then, right, that they were going to get they wanted to get police. I think police, they rejected it. So basically they used civil defense, and they gave, I think at the point, I think there were like 2,000 officers that they gave to Ministry of Mining that are focused on mining. So they basically called them mining marshals.
Well, Larry.
All right. Rational mind, start to bring it home. We are already hearing sleep in Larry's voice, so we need to get him out for you. You can hear sleep in his voice already.
All right, it's okay. It's okay. I have anything to say, but I'll just save everything for some other time. You see, Larry, it's very easy for you people, by every one of you that come here, try to make things look like these guys are really doing something. And you people, even some stories that I've not even heard from I've not even heard from anywhere. You people, you'll be saying like the one about
That's why. No,
Baba was giving earlier. I was just giving that story.
Story.
I was like sitting here. I was just like,
now that you mention my name,
Yeah,
I don't want to listen to me. I don't interject people. But I was in Abuja 2.5 weeks ago, and I stayed in a governor's lodge of a state. I know what I had. So if I tell you this is from sources, so I don't just bullshit or open my mouth anyhow and talk wah. Okay? I talk from informed position.
Okay, all right. It's okay. It's anybody can claim to have a reliable source. That's the thing about Nigeria. It's always a reliable source everywhere. Even I can have somebody working in the presidency telling me all their secrets in the presidency. Come on, but we will see. We'll all be here. I mean, if you need power, they will not go kill all of us. We'll all be here. We'll all see how this Tinubu crap is going to end. I've said it before here. I mean, this is the guy who was talking. Yeah, I don't read newspaper. I mean, during the election, he was saying that I don't read newspaper. He said I don't go to internet. What was that crap he even said back then? But now he's saying that he reads. Even I won't be surprised, one man. Maybe even come on your platform here on these guys. He said he listened to some of this social media talk where people talk, they even insult people like myself. They will insult him, they will criticize him, and he will learn from those criticisms. That's what he said. When we were talking to earlier today, he was saying, I will learn from those criticisms. You too, you should do the same thing. If people criticize you, just learn from me, that kind of a thing. I said,
but you have to say that he does learn from the right. It was essentially the social media that pushed him to Benue State. He didn't schedule it. He didn't even plan it.
But
the people were insisting that he needed to visit, and he acquiesced.
So you see this guy. Sakama
a listening government.
Forget that thing. That guy. Forget it. I mean, I'm not saying he doesn't read newspaper, but all that crap he's saying. I mean, like, forget it. This is the same guy who saying, I don't listen to social media again, though. They abuse the hell out of me. Now suddenly
the guy is just managing us. He's managing us. That's just what he's doing.
Just one kind. I mean, it's okay. But let me just bring it to a close. So for me, my friends, we'll all be here. It's very easy for us to say we have reliable sources, we have this, we have that. You see, with Tinubu, you can never have a reliable source. With Tinubu and his propagandists, you can never have a reliable source because tomorrow you don't know what they are going to do. Even when you are hearing one thing they spread. I mean, I've been in some WhatsApp group of some APC maniacs there, where they'll be talking about certain things. You'll be wondering, are these people the one that are making this policy for Tinubu, or are they the one just just flattering themselves, making themselves just making themselves happy. Is that what it is? Because you just wonder, where are all these things coming from, all these ideas? And then you're not seeing anything, and you see the opposite when you're in the reality. So, woman, for me, we'll all be here. I want to speak to some of those things you said, but I know other people are waiting. Maybe after everybody has gone around, maybe we'll be able to talk more on that. Thank you, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. So we go on from you to Larry, and then after Larry, I want to go to Ola. Ola, I see you there. So and Zita, you've spoken a bit anyway. Ola, I see you there, but there's a Chooks joining us, I think, for the first time. So we like to document our new voices, but we can't keep Larry out. Before I go on to Larry, I was listening back to was it Choma that was hosting? There's between you and Larry, it was such a beautiful conversation. I think there were only three of you. Rational Mind and Larry. It was just very civil conversation, very enjoyable to listen to. I was listening back to it just earlier on. But Larry, you're up next. We've landed at Benue State again, Larry. We had other topics to discuss, but I think people are still very much in the throes of that particular incident that happened there. Larry, you're up next. Sorry for the wait.
Yeah, good evening, woman, and good evening, everybody. Yeah, Benue. Okay, Tinubu should go to Benue. He has gone to Benue. So what next? Because everybody has been saying, oh, he needs to visit Benue. What next? Is that going to solve the Benue problem? Is that going to be the end of Benue problem? So I don't know. I've heard a lot of people they've said a lot of things, right? Different things, some conspiracy theories, a lot of things. So this is the cause, this is the that. Yeah. For me, I really don't want to dwell more on that. A crime is a crime. A crime has been committed, irrespective of whatever it is, right? There's a genocide and it's been committed, it has to be looked at. But for me, we need to ask ourselves one question. Fine, we can always have federal support coming in. My number one thing is on the governor. You see, he plays too much politics. For people that probably have been following Benue, they will have seen what is happening in Benue. It's politics. He plays too much politics. I listened to Zamfara State Governor today, and I was really happy. Zamfara used to be that state where, banditry, a whole lot of things, and all of a sudden, everything kept mute. We didn't hear anything from Zamfara. And I think I got my answer why that is happening in Zamfara. The governor has really been trying. And I said something. Benue, number one problem of Benue is security. And when this governor came in, Otom left a vigilante, a state security outfit called Benue Volunteer Guard. And when a governor comes in, and that's why for me, one thing is you may be coming from another party, and immediately you get in, forget about whoever the thing is, you may meet something. All you just need to do is to make it better. Don't say because, oh, it's actually done by this person, or I would rather cancel it and start my own. And that's the genesis. This same father has been having issues with a lot of people in Benue, a lot of politicians. They've been playing a lot of politics. Him and Akume, him and Suswam. It's a whole lot. And in a state like that, it's only when there are things like this that people start throwing a lot of, they start throwing chairs and a lot of things and blah, 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 blah. But we don't sit down to really analyze things. Because it doesn't just happen. There's a whole lot of things that bottle up till we get to this point. Personally, I said it here, I think, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? Benue Plateau, personally, I've been close to something like this in 2009. I was serving in Plateau, Fulani men, and a lot of people were killed. But fortunately for me, somebody came in from Abuja and took me out of Plateau that time. And the same thing is happening, right? It's happening. And if people understand the whole scenario today, there's this silent fight between Nasarawa and Benue. And even when the governor was talking today, the Benue state governor was talking today, he made mention of some things. People that are intelligent will have picked that. Oh, we have some people that are from Benue, they are in Nasarawa. Okay, I think it's, okay, no, it's not the governor, it's the thief that said it. That probably some people, they display them from Nasarawa, they said they are not from there, blah, 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 blah. And I think the governor, it was like, oh, those people came from Nasarawa, they came in and attacked and they went back to Nasarawa. And it's going to be this issue of, everybody's passing the blame. I think the governor needs to do better. He needs to invest in security. Zamfara, if you talk about states today, probably the poorest state in Nigeria is probably Zamfara, in terms of what comes to them from federal allocation and probably internal generated revenue, except probably 1 or 2 minerals that they are beginning to explore. Zamfara state governor last week said he bought over 100 ELOs for the security, the local security that he actually initiated. He fuels the normal security police and some army, and he has good relationship with them because he has, even though you don't have the power and command, but if you are able to make resources available, it will make your work easier. And bringing people from federal government, police going, they can only go into, is a stopgap process. They'll go in, worst case scenario, they will be there, probably 2 weeks, 3 weeks, they go back, and the same thing will happen, you bring them back. And the problem with Nigeria is we love using traditional approach on things. And this has always been the thing, right? Oh, there is somewhere, let's deploy there. And when you deploy there, basically those people will not come when you deploy there because they know you are there, because they always know, because they are rational. They know you are good. They are going to leave maximum 1 month. After 1 month, they leave. They will be deployed to another place and they will come back and strike again and you deploy again. That has always been the thing. So I think the governor, and I like what Tinubu actually said, right? Forget about anything. Bring people together. No matter what, bring them together. Bring the indigenous.
You say bring people together. Why are you bringing together? When the other opposing people are not, they are faceless. It's a question I'm asking you. They are faceless. So how do you bring them together? Why are you bringing together?
Rational mind. They are not faceless. They are not faceless.
So why?
Yeah, so what he's saying is bring the criminals together. Bring the criminal elites together. Let everybody eat.
I'm not sure that's what he's saying. I think Larry might well be on the traction of our.
No,
hold on. Sorry. There's historical skirmishes. There's a historical beef amongst the composing. You know that Benue State is a mini Nigeria or mini northern Nigeria. There's about 3 or 5 ethnic stocks within Benue State, with the Tiv people being the overarch, and then the Fulani being, they are nomadic people. So there's been there's tension, there's been historical tension there.
One man, when we are allowing these lies to fester, we are allowing these lies to fester. They've been selling this. It is. See, can we pity at least at some point? Can we pity the people who are dead? We are allowing these lies to fester. I have listened to somebody. I've listened to someone. I have listened to someone come here to talk that it is a political issue. Wants to blame the governor. The governor was not there when they killed people. The current governor, Oga, hold on, please. Oga, please. Oga, please. Oga, please. I interjected.
No, I don't want to
I interjected. I'm not interjecting you. I interjected
I
woman.
have the floor.
I did not interject you. I interjected
I
woman.
don't want you to interject.
I did.
I want to talk now.
I am not interjecting you. I am interjecting woman. No. I understand. I understand, but I am Oga, keep quiet with your lies. I am interjecting woman. I do lie. He cannot bully me. Woman, I interjected you. I interjected you. I did not interject woman. He cannot come here. He cannot come here to come and tell lies. Governor Alia was not the governor when they killed people in Benue State.
I took my time.
Governor Alia did not, he was not the governor. You can't come here and come and tell people lies. You want to push lies. You want to push lies. You want to push lies, and that is not true.
Help me out. So sorry, hold on.
You want to push ignorance and lies. It is not true.
Hold on, Larry. Emeka, hold on. Emeka, please help me out. The guy doesn't want to take the interjection, so
I am not interjecting him. I am only telling you, woman. I did not interject him. I listened to him telling all the stupid lies he's saying. I didn't interject him. But when you spoke, that is when I said. That is when I said, woman, we cannot allow the lies. Woman,
this is not fair.
I did not close. Woman,
you own the platform. Take control.
Emeka, please don't do this. The guy doesn't.
Woman, people need to be coming here with evidence.
No, please.
On this platform, I would say, because you do not have extra rights on this platform.
Hold on, Larry. Emeka, please help us out. The guy doesn't want.
Woman, at this point, people must come here with evidence.
No.
You can say whatever you want to say.
They should be coming here with evidence. We cannot allow. See,
Emeka, can you stop? Larry,
woman, it's better you kick me out as long as.
Okay, then I'll send you to the back. Emeka, don't disrupt. Everybody, hold on. Emeka, don't disrupt the session now. We love your voice here. We love your intelligence. We love your articulation, as we equally love other people's input as well. So whether you agree or disagree, whether it's a lie or not a lie, please let me guide the conversation. So Emeka, I'll put you back, but please just let the guy carry on. Larry, back to you.
Okay. So the president basically said, bring everything together. And people that are close to Benue, that understand Benue, there's a lot of division in Benue, aside probably outside that Fullani. Before those times, the T and the Doma, they hardly see eye to eye. So telling everybody, bring all ethnic groups together, even bring non-indigenous together, because they all need to sit down. Bring the leaders together. The leaders of all the groups, they need to learn to coexist, to live together. In Plateau, in 2008, in Jos South and Jos North, Jos South is predominantly Christians. Jos North is predominantly Muslims. And there was a crisis in Jos. Jos North versus Jos South. They killed people, the crisis moved from there, moved to other local governments. And people said, okay, what exactly are they going to do? They had to bring them together. Everybody will come, share your grievances, and let's see how to really solve it. I was listening to the Zamfara State governor today. He said they were asking him, that what exactly do you think caused the problem in Zamfara? And he said something. He said it actually started with just two people. Two people were killed. It was not managed well. It escalated, and it turned into something big. And what did he do? He had to call them. He had to listen to all sides.
Illegal mining is still happening in Zamfara. What are you coming here to tell us? Illegal mining is happening in Zamfara. You are coming. My friend, keep quiet with your lies.
You shut the fuck up. Oh, and I beg. Good night.
Oh God! Just carry on, Larry. I've set him to the
Oh
back.
man, I beg.
Carry
Let
on.
him. No, I will talk. I will come
No,
in.
no,
No, I
you
lost
can't.
my.
No, you can't do that now, Larry. Carry on with your narrative.
No, Larry, stay the course. Just be
I've
firm. That's all.
I've tried to be reasonable with Emeka, but he doesn't want to be reasonable with us. I don't know quite. As much as we adore him, he does this sometimes. Carry on, Larry.
So I've even lost my train of thought.
That's what happens when they heckle you. But just gather yourself together.
So, Baba, you can.
I think we're talking about just not and just talking about they should come together, solve the issue.
So for me, right, not just the states and even neighboring states, because in most cases, if you're talking about the governors need to work within the region, they need to work together within the region and see what they can actually do. Federal government has really, have been supportive, bringing special forces and all this. And personally, I think it's just going to be a short-term solution. It's not a long-term solution. So they need to start working on long-term solution, because it has always happened, right? When Agatu happened that time, we did the same thing. Pull everybody. The soldiers left, they attacked again. So they need to look for long-term solution. And that long-term solution needs to, the governor being the father of all, right? Not just the father of T, being the father of Idoma, being the father of...
Larry, can we interject you?
Okay, now you can.
So you said some things that I think that really rattled Emeka, which also, no doubt, is making me wonder here, like, what is this guy talking about?
Okay.
So my point is this: is that the issue in Benue State, in Plateau State, in Zamfara State, even though there's a commonality to what is happening, but everything is each one and every one of them is unique in their own way.
Yeah.
But it has one tone to it that there's this cleansing going on. This I don't want to use the M word in mass. Yeah. So we get it drip now. I know. I expect that some of us should know what I'm talking about. So anyway, so when Tinubu was saying you should come together, you people, we're not talking about what is happening in Benue State. It's not communal clash like Tiv people are fighting Idoma people are fighting Basa, what's it called, this or that tribe. No, it's not. That's not what was happening. When Otom was there, and it's you had Bubu when Bubu was saying to him that go and dialogue with your neighbors. Who are these neighbors talking about? Was talking about the Fullani. And you heard what his name, Meeti Allah, or what was the other crappy that stupid name they bear, saying that they had to put a fatwa on that guy's head.
Rational mind, can we stop blaming an ethnic group? Please.
It's okay.
Let's stop blaming an ethnic group.
Hold on. We understand the whole thing. That it has different aspect to it. It's multifaceted. This issue, this problem we're talking about. But I'm just putting a slant on it from what he's saying, that they should dialogue. Dialogue with who?
Okay.
Hold on. You let me just land it this way. Let me land this way. So you are saying they should dialogue. Igala, Idoma, and all that tribe, they should come together and dialogue. That's not the solution to the problem. There are some faceless people coming, being used, on in the guise of being headsmen, headers, and they kind of settle within their community. They allow them. They go and bring their other Marunda brothers like themselves, and then they start perpetrating evil.
Okay, let me.
How do you dialogue with them when you don't even know them?
Wait.
Okay, go on, please. Go on.
It seems you have a solution. So, what is the solution?
You see, there's no one size fits all.
I'm throwing your question to you. What is the solution? It seems to have the solution.
I asked you, but then if you're trying it to me,
wait.
Okay, go on. Let me answer your question. I'll answer your question.
If there is an attack somewhere, right? It's not that it just starts, people just wake up, they attack some people. There are a lot of things that accumulate into what we have today. And if you don't tackle the root cause of any problem, all you just be doing is you will just be joking. And that's just it. So saying, look for a way, right? If it's land, right? If it's land, Look for a way. Benue has a lot of land, large expanse of land. If ranching is going to solve it, do ranching. Now, that ranching that they've been, don't bring ranching, they're going to do it because you can see Tinubu basically telling them, you're going to give me land and I'm going to do ranch here. Whatever the case is, fine. Conspiracy, the problem with Nigeria is we have this, this media and people push a lot of conspiracy theories and this and that, for things that are not even happening, they push it, and yeah, it's good. Everybody is actually
so the locals and the emirs and the leadership in the community that are affected, they are the conspiracy theories. God will punish you. God will punish.
Shut the fuck up, man.
Why are you talking like this, Emeka? Can't you just calm down for God's sake? You are an adult. True adult. What kind of language is this? When you are making your own submission, nobody interjected you. I remember before I step off again. Calm down, please. For God's sake, please calm down. Let him make his own submission.
I just think this whole thing is inciting because sometimes we're talking about the lives of people here, thousands of people that have died.
One man, I will give me another topic.
Larry John Isrino. We're talking about, I think, but then Emeka, you need to understand that, we need to respect our co-panelists here, even though they say certain things that we don't like. In a respectful way, you can disagree with them, not just use this kind of gutter language that you just used a while ago. God punish somebody and all those kind of things. But even if you say somebody's saying lie, there's another way you can say it. And that's falsehood. Maybe that's a better choice of word than saying lie outright. So Emeka, please, I think you are more sophisticated than that.
No. Rational mind is even too disrespectful.
Yeah, it is disrespectful.
That's a shared of arrogance, and I know it's all type of positioning.
Yeah.
How do you even know that someone is telling lies? How do you know that they're saying the truth? You were not sitting with the governors. You were not part of the political class. You were not a part of the security architecture of Nigeria. How did you know? How did you arrive at your conclusion that your position is the best? Papa, don't let us be where you and just be grandstanding in what we know little about. In here, our suggestion should be no right or wrong answer. Let everybody contribute. Simple as ABC. And you want to be lording your opinion over everyone. That's it. There's no stupid person here. Everyone here is experienced and educated. You are not talking to a kindergarten that just started things. Give your opinion, and once you give your opinion, it is at the prerogative of others to accept and embrace whatever you say. If I don't want to accept, I don't want to accept. Stop doing like you put the brains in every human being here. If I'm going to stay behind, better not say because I will kick you out. I'm saying my own now, because let me just draw the line from here.
All right, back to you, Larry. Larry, maybe take us.
Go to the new person. Let's hear the new voice.
All right. So, Emeka, I'm going to bring you back, but please chill. I think people are fed up with the, just.
Larry, I apologize.
Woman, I think it's better you just let me go, because what I can hear is people coming and they're saying his opinion. Woman, which opinion did I cite here?
Please.
Which conspiracy theory? No, Oga, keep quiet, please. Which opinion did I cite here? I brought that thing. I am not the emir. I am not the local. I am not the international journalist. Oga, please. Oga, if we want to go disrespect for disrespect, I will disrespect you and your ancestors. If that's what you want to do.
We don't.
Disrespect for disrespect, I will give it to you.
Hold on. Everybody, hold on. We don't want to turn it into that session today, Emeka. What people are saying is
people are dying. People are dying in our country, and some people are coming here to come and say conspiracy theory. So people are playing with people's life because you like a president and you are saying conspiracy theory.
You don't do.
Conspiracy theory because your family is not dead.
You don't do.
Because they did not kill your family. Because they did not kill your family.
All right. No, Emeka, enough is
one
enough.
man, what is going on?
No.
I wonder.
I've tried my best, but I don't think we will have a session with Emeka on the screen today. I'm not sure. So Emeka, as passionate as you feel, you may well be surprised that everybody cares equally, about this topic, but they approach it from a different perspective. So, and that is what we do here, to bring all the perspectives together. So whether what you are saying is factual, maybe whether it's categorical fact, which you are citing from people in the know or not, it doesn't really matter. If somebody doesn't agree, they don't agree. If they have a particular nuance to the narrative, then they have that nuance. And that is what we're inviting. So we're not inviting that people should align behind one singular thought. We are inviting that people give us their perspectives, and that is what is going on. And you cannot stifle them, and please do not insult them. So please.
This is beyond stifling one man. This is bullying. Yeah. Bully. You don't allow your members of the platform to be bullied.
Is my
it's
guy
your responsibility, one man.
Yes.
Don't allow bullying, please.
Yes,
Emeka is my guy. He said to you that you allow him go. Just allow him go for today. If you
I've allowed him go, but I wouldn't allow. No, hold on. Let me just say this. I wouldn't allow that much from anybody else, from most people. But Emeka is my guy, and often I enjoy Emeka, but sometimes it gets into that funk. Let's say from Chooks, who joins us from Chooks. We are not always like this, by the way. Sometimes it's a full moon, and the gremlins are out to play. But you've been listening to the conversation. Let's hear your thoughts. Chooks joins us. Chooks.
Good morning, everyone. And it's normal. It's normal. In a group or in a discussion like this, and one we get out of our emotion and say things that he or she cannot control again. But it's all good. The panelists, I greet you all. Good morning, all of you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I value this. Let me just start with the security, because without security, I don't think that there will be any development. Without security in Nigeria, I don't think that we will make any progress, because nobody will like to invest in a place where there is no security. I hope I'm clear to everyone.
We can hear you. We can hear you. Go on.
Yeah, thank you. So for me, I think this insecurity is not all about Tinubu. It's not all about Reverend Father Alia. It's not all about the governors. The thing is more than them. But I think that they have clue. They have real understanding of what is going on. And the way, if you watch Nigeria and the politicians, and if you watch the politicians, the way they are very careful, they choose their words. They intend not to be open-minded. They intend to conceal some truth, some facts. The way each time they drop statements, each time they grant interview, they are always careful with the type of thing they say. I don't know whether they are afraid. And that brings a question. Sometimes we usually hear rumors, though, as I said, it's rumor that the power, like the House of Fulanis, they are the owners of Nigeria, and we, the other tribes, are foreigners. Sometimes the way our politicians behave, it looks like it is true. Is there something that they are not telling us? Because I could remember during Goodluck Jonathan time, the rumors have it that at a point, some military officers refused to take order from Goodluck Jonathan. And that really put fear in Goodluck Jonathan, that he was able to, release power to, back away. The problem I'm having with Tinubu right now, because I know it's not all about, the thing is more than him. It's not all about Tinubu. Even if he bring another person into power, the problem will continue unless the person comes from their own tribe or from their own zone That is where we can enjoy some level of peace to that extent. What I'm expecting from Tinubu as the commander-in-chief of armed forces is to dismiss a lot of military officers, no minding where the person come from, no minding the person's level in the military. There are a lot of people you need to dismiss from work, from service. They don't want it. It is useless to be, sorry, I use that word. It is not useful to be wasting the taxpayers' money, funding them, paying them, and they're doing nothing. Instead, they are worsening the issue. If he can be able to do that, he's on the verge of solving Nigerian problem. Because oftentimes we hear these people saying that we don't have the go-ahead to fish out these these terrorists. They are terrorists. These people are not. They are not headers. They are not headers. These are terrorists. We had on a national television where a sitting governor came out and said and admitted that yes, they employ this. They bring in these people. Look, if Nigerians are doing like that, we have Yorubas in Benin Republic, in Togo. How often do Tinubu being a Yoruba president, being a Yoruba man as a Nigerian president, have you ever seen Benin Republic or Togo to bring his people to Nigeria to start causing mayhem? How often have you seen a governor from the east go to maybe Equatorial Guinea or Cameroon to bring Igbos to come into the country and commit all manner of atrocities? A sitting governor in the Federal Republic of Nigeria admitted that they imported these people. They imported them. So you now allow an outsider to come into the country where you and I are living to destabilize the country, and you think that I will sit down and negotiate with them. It is unfair. It is not going to happen. But my pains is, does it mean that our people are not in the military? Does it mean our people are not in the police? Can they revolt? Can they stand up and fight for their people? When must we just fold our arms and watch? Does it mean that we are crippled or we are feeble-minded? This is not a joke. Nigeria, this is not a joke. Our politicians take advantage of this to say it is a political. It is not. I am telling you, it is not. Because in time of Goodluck Jonathan, we have witnessed this. In terms of during the tenure of Buhari, a level of this happened, though he was able to curtail it because he was the one. They had the group, his group were the one that imported them. So they're supposed to have talked to them. Wait until I finish my tenure. If you want to unleash anything, you can do it. Besides this takeover, this military takeover in Niger Republic, I believe Buhari was aware of it. But due to he don't want that problem that time, he was able to talk to them. So you don't just because you are it's not the power is not within your reach, you decide to unleash mayhem on. No, it is unfair. We are not telling ourselves the truth in Nigeria. There's only one thing that we can solve this issue. That is, if the Southerners begin to think like the Jews, to match these terrorists with madness, the way the madness they bring, it is now time for eye and tooth for tooth. If not, we will keep crying. We are just like babies that are being beaten, and we wait for our parents to come back and we cry before them. Then we anticipate that they will go and fight for us.
Chooks, do you think Nigeria? Yeah, do you think Nigeria has a Fullani problem?
It is not all about Fulani problem. We have a jihadist problem. We have some elements from the dark places of the evil coming to take over the country, coming to take rule, take charge. This is exactly what happened in Lebanon. This is what happened in Iran, in Turkey, and so many other places. And the so-called Christians fold their arms and think that God will come down from heaven and fight. But God didn't do that. Now they are finding it difficult to reclaim their land. This is exactly what is happening. There was a northern and a woman, her name has just escaped my memory now. She came on the national television and said that she met Tinubu to discuss about to discuss with him about his plan for the north, and he asked Tinubu what is his plan for the north in terms of security. And Tinubu, allegedly, that was what she said. Her name just escaped my mind now. And Tinubu told him that, and told her that if he fights
Talking about Najatu?
insecurity,
Are you talking
sorry,
about Najatu?
yes,
Yeah, Najatu.
yes, Najatu. God bless you, sir. She said that Tinubu told her, pump and plan, for her to come out on national television to say that. And since then, Tinubu have not come out to debunk it. There's a atom of truth in it. That if Tinubu fights insecurity, that they will come for him and kill him. So who are these people that everybody is afraid of? Do you know that I didn't vote for Tinubu? With my name, you already know my tribe, where I come from. So I didn't vote for Tinubu. It's not all about being tribalistic here, but Tinubu at some extent was trying to do something that is winning my heart by trying to break that chain. But it's unfortunate that he don't even care. He's only all about himself and the circle of friends. If Tinubu will definitely go further to break that yoke, my dear Tinubu, his name will be written in the Guinness Book of Record before the heart of every Southerner. Even, do you know that the North Central, these people have suffered a lot of persecution. These people have suffered. I had lived in Kaduna, in Jaji. I have lived in many parts of Kaduna. I knew what these people have been passing through. The type of person. Yakowa did not just die naturally. That thing they say he died through plane crash. No. People will not, they will not tell you the truth. Because they have sworn never to allow a Christian rule in Kaduna State. Namadi Sambo, Yakubu as the vice governor was to be the governor. They killed the young man just like that. It is not time for us to be romancing issue. And I would advise our people, it is the right time for us to off camera and deal with these people. Because it looks like our security diving with these people to eliminate us. If had it been during the issue that happened in Urumi, they have made an arrest. And up to now, I believe those people are in jail now. But these people that are committing mayhems, not only in one state, in different states. Tell me any state they have not touched. Tell me any state that is safe that they have not touched.
Chooks, to buttress your point,
yes, sir.
Actually, because you're on track. Do you know, since the time of independence, there is no retired army officer from the colonel upward that doesn't have at least one child in the military?
Yes, of course they have.
Some have two, some three.
They have. Including
so they are still in control. One way or the other, just to buttress your point. Go ahead, please. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. So those of them
can
that
can I say something?
All right.
On the school, you said, is there any state they have not taught? I'm happy somebody is thinking the way I'm thinking. My dear, it's not only state too. These guys are littered the whole of Africa, more especially the West African countries and the Sahel. We don't know who these people are, but I think our presidents know who they are. It's not a land issue, but when I say something, they will laugh at me or abuse me. At the end of the day, when it comes to pass, they call me a witch. Continue.
Yeah, let me tell you one thing, and let me clarify this. I'm speaking from my own end. These are not headers, and I have my point. These are Boko Harams. Boko Harams. Only that during Buhari's time, he spoke to them and dialogue with them. They are not hiding under these headers to commit these atrocities. They are hiding under this to commit atrocities. I could remember when I was in South Africa. Do you know that Zimbabweans, Ugandans, Kenyans, and other East African countries, they will commit evil and they will hide it under Nigeria. And South Africans will start seeing it that these are not Nigeria committing all this. They will commit something. I know of a South African that confessed to me that they will commit something right there in Johannesburg, and they will say that this are Nigeria, I'm a Nigerian, things like that. And this South African will put this on Nigeria. Apart from that, I've been in Libya. Do you know that why Libya, despite they don't have government, why they are able to skate through to live their life without one harassing them is, you have gone, I have gone. You shoot, I shoot. Everybody maintain their lane. This is the mentality that every Nigerian should have right now. Match these people with their madness. If they bring terror, follow them with terror. They will learn. They will just respect and restrict their movements. The state governors, you must not wait till they give you authority or power to state governors. They have security outfits. They have security, but they cannot empower them. They believe that Nigeria, let me tell you, the politicians believe that Nigeria cannot work. They believe their body language is telling us that it cannot work. So anybody that have the opportunity, we pack more he wants. That is it. Because if they have in mind that Nigeria will work the way we are fighting to come back to our fatherland and build it or to develop it, they will start putting things in order for Nigeria. But Nigeria gave Niger light. Nigeria giving other countries light. Despite, okay, they sell it to them. But how can you be selling what you cannot even enjoy? These politicians, they have it at the back of their mind that Nigeria cannot be fixed. It can't work. If you say it's like tomorrow, collect power from Tinubu, you hear what he will tell you. He has once said it that he don't believe.
3 more minutes, Chooks. Chooks, just give me 1 second. Just to
taking the advantage.
Chooks, can you hear me?
Sir?
You have 3 more minutes. You have 3 more minutes to bring it home. But let me do something quickly before you carry on. Let me acknowledge the people that have super chatted so far. That's Ayo, of course, always Ayo. That's Choma as well, who got the pulse out. That's Ola right there. So well done, Ola. And that's Michael Babs. So still more room for super chats. We need a lot more super chats than that. Well, thank you to those so far. I'm going to shuffle myself out to bring Kandu in and hand over to Naija if he's there. Naija, you there?
Naija, we don't
Two Naija,
Naija what?
Let me follow you.
Okay, let me hand over to Ola then. Naija there as well.
Leave for Naija, Jare. I will support Naija.
No.
Baba, no need to fear. Don't worry.
All right. So Chooks carries on. I'm really enjoying your voice, Chooks. So join us as much as you can, because you bring a new variety to the conversation. So carry on for another 2-3 minutes. I'll shuffle myself. Ola comes after you, but Ola is part of the administration. So he'll yeah. But thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. I'll shuffle out. Bring Kandu.
All right. Let me just round up real quick. So, in order to round up, because of my time, my only appeal to President Tinubu is neither he signed it into law and conduct a referendum to see whether we restructure Nigeria to a regional government. That is the only way out. Neither we have a regional government, or you give state police, you send it into law so that states can, guide their land. Finally, for the economy and how, from my own side, I believe the only thing that the government can do in order to, put Nigeria on track again is let him make it known to everybody. They all know, or we all know or have heard of those that have stolen money. We are talking about billions of dollars. Let him tell them, have a committee, a transparent committee that will list out number of politicians, both past and present politicians that have stolen money, government money. Give them an order that they should come and invest. As you are listing them, you list the amount they have stolen. It's not all about EFCC, because they too, they are corrupt. They are fantastically corrupt. They should look for external body, a transparent one. Let them, go into forensic auditing. Find out those that have stolen Nigerian money, the amount they have stolen, and let the government tell them, give them an order. It's neither you come and invest this money in Nigeria, or you go to jail and we will recover this money. Because if you go outrightly to arrest and detain these people, most of them are from the northern part, and if you do that, it will cause war. But if you can come out and tell them, okay, I acknowledge you stole money, now come and invest this money. If you fail to invest it, the law will catch up on you. By so doing, you have justified whatever you want to do to them. And by so doing, there will be jobs in Nigeria. Why should they be stealing this money and taking it abroad, buying houses in Dubai and other places, renting it out, or opening businesses, opening companies in other places, while the Nigerian, they are suffering, languishing? So with this, I believe Nigeria will move forward. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak, and may God bless you all.
Thank you, bro. Who want to speak now?
Can I speak?
I think it's Zita's turn now.
If those people that came earlier than you allow.
Zita, then Remy, and then I think Man of Prestige. Then
no, it's Ola. After Ola, then
Ola is a moderator now. So
no, yeah, I'm giving you the floor.
Okay, Remy now. After Remy, I will speak. If people should continue.
Okay, thank you, Madam Zita.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's an opportunity to be here again. I will structure it into 3 different factors that causes this mayhem. First, I will talk about old age problem within the major tribe in that state, and some of you have really highlighted it before. And that communal clash is still happening today, but it seems that they bring in another new dimension into it. I think they are bringing a lot of militia from other parts of the country, or maybe from outside Nigeria. But one thing I know is that those people that are leading those militia, some of them are also Nigerians. Because you cannot tell me you hire a militiaman from Burkina Faso or Mali or wherever. How come he knows the nooks and crannies of Benue very well? If not that local people also join them in doing this criminality they are doing. So that is the first aspect. And when you talk about mineral resources that have been there, because we all live in a global village, maybe I cannot totally be factual about this one. Maybe there's international dimension, maybe the West or the East. I'm talking about the Asians or Europeans. Maybe they are also interested. But even if they're interested in the mineral, I think there's a good way they can go about it. Not totally, I think that's had to do with land grabbing or something like that. But at the end of the day, everybody have condemned the act, and I think because the buck stuck in the decks of the president, we can also blame the president partially. The reason why I say partially is because he's the president for today. This kind of criminality has been happening several years ago, about 10 years ago, about 12 years ago, and he's the president now. So I will probably talk more about solution instead of people condemning. You've condemned more than enough, and instead of lamentation, or instead of saying your own argument is better than the other, to me, which I think every one of us, we are just expressing our opinions here. That is one. And secondly, the security report that the federal government will have, we do not have access to it, and we cannot know more than them. So I look at it this way. For that country to be better, I think we need to do total resource control. Because I remember when we are in regional government, I'm not saying going back to regional. When we are in regional government, those regions, they thrive very well. We all know how Awolowo used cocoa money to develop the Southwest. And we all talk about the granite pyramid in the north, and also the cocoa and, the rubber and palm oil in the east that time. So to me, I would canvass for total state resource control. If you are not going to Abuja to collect any money anymore, and that you have to use the resources in your state to create wealth for your people. And I think this one will totally reduce this unnecessary fighting among ourselves. Because like everybody was, the governor will hide, oh, though I'm collecting billions of security votes every month. But when it comes to security, they'll be telling you, no, they don't have the power. They still have to contact the IG or contact the presidency. No. But if you are the one controlling the resources, I don't think any person can come from Zamfara. When you look at the map of Nigeria and you are telling me those people come from Zamfara, Zamfara is in the northeast, why Benue is in the north central? And they say they ride a bicycle. Sometimes I just wonder how many hours would you ride bicycle from Zamfara to Benue? It's a far distance. We are talking about thousands of kilometers. I'm sorry, hundreds of kilometers. I don't know, but it's very far to one another. So in short, if we can control, states can control their resources very well, not depending on the central government like before, then we'll be able to see that development, that progress that we are all yearning for in that country. And then people that really want to work for state are those ones that will start contesting for election. But as it is of today, it's very easy. Once I have a money bag that can support my election, because everywhere in the world, money plays a big role in election. And once I get in, of course, I don't need to wallow myself. I just sit down every on the 25th or 20-something, I get federal allocation. And then I can do whatever I want. And unfortunately, because of the literacy level of Nigeria, and I don't know, because of lack of knowledge and information, a lot of Nigerians, sorry for my language, are very gullible and ignorant. When your state governor is receiving 2 to 3 billion naira security vote every month, and he's not using it to secure your state, and if anything happened, everybody just called the president. For God's sake, you don't call your governor to order. And when some people say call your governor, a lot of people say, no, why should they call the governor? Is it not the president? How many places can the president be? You elect a governor as you also elected your president. So I don't see why people in the state cannot call their governors accountable. They are receiving huge amounts of money for security vote. So I talk about state control of state resource control, and also talk about devolution of power. Because if we also devolve power to the local and the state, in fact, when you go to some Western country, they don't even care who is their prime minister or their president. They only care about their local government chairman or their state governor. Who cares? So far in my state, I have electricity. It's quite unfortunate that most Nigerians are ignorant and also gullible. At this present 2025, we are still talking that we don't have enough electricity supply. We don't have so many things. And when you ask them, what do they normally protest for? What did they protest for? They're being pound. We are hungry. And you don't want infrastructure development. Just give us rice and beans, and then we are done. How can you develop people like this? What kind of mindset do people have? I'm talking about people generally themselves. These people also want their country or their states to develop. It has been said that some people have to make some sacrifices for generations to get unborn to live a better life. But when I look at Nigeria, both leadership and followership, I see them as very selfish people. So if you continue to blame your leaders, the more you point three fingers or one finger or three fingers at your leader that they are corrupt, they are not good, the other fingers goes to you as an ordinary person or ordinary citizen of that country. Because what are you bringing on the table to also improve the livelihood of the community or the state you are also living? When we are talking about, we want state, we want private involvement in governance. And you see an average Nigerian every time condemning those people that are even doing little. When I look at people like Dangote, I think he has a great heart. Because for me, he put his money in everywhere that people did deserve. Talk about food, talk about construction, you talk about agriculture, employing thousands of people. But what do you get from Nigerians? They abuse him every day, they condemn him every day. They will call him, he has a monopolistic standing, it's a monopoly or something like that. But what are the others that have money like him? What are they using their money for? Building houses, buying houses in America and the rest. Why can't you follow his own example? It is now that we are seeing more and more refinery that is coming up because the guy did a wonderful thing. What that guy did alone for that country with that singular refinery, he even said in the next 4 years, Nigeria will be #1 exporter of urea for fertilizer, surpassing Qatar. This is a very good example that people should emulate. But I've never seen, if you are in any public position in Nigeria, generality of Nigeria will condemn you. You are already a thief. Without giving you that opportunity to excel, they already condemn you. And once you get to that position, the people themselves, they want returns from you. It's my turn. This is my governor. This is my rep. This is my senator. And they'll be dancing. And these same people, they also come around and tell you are not doing a wonderful job. I've never seen the kind of set of people like this. No proper orientation. Terrible mindset every time. Wishing their country back every time. Happy that the country is not doing for. And then when they see achievement, they will now pretend they did not see nothing. This is unfair. And when you say you committed to, you like this person, you voted for him, and then just an isolated case or some isolated cases, then at the end of the day, it's not performing very well. It's stupid. It's that. You continue to call him different kind of name. And if they ask you, good question, what is your solution? Then you continue to blah, 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 blah again. You do not have any solution in your head, but you have to, you know how to condemn, abuse, and criticize people negatively. If you are there in that position, what would you have done? Then you continue to say blah, 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 blah. So in a nutshell, I think if we can have state resource control, devolution of power, and then we can also put our people to work, because there are so many people outside there doing nothing. And it's quite unfortunate that we live in global village, a global world, because of the negativities of the social media. Every young people, even before the age of 19, they want to become a multimillionaire, and they don't care whatever illegal ways they can go about to get this money. That means we have problem about orientation from the beginning when they were born. The orientation which I have when I was little is totally different from the orientation of present day Nigerian young people. So we have a lot of work to do. And I think that I will think that most people that criticize or they want good things for that country, why are you not talking about institutional development? Why are you not talking about something that will change the old? Because in politics, you have to buy some people in kind or in cash. But when you now have state resource control, then you know that if you are going for governor for your state, you are thinking more ahead. How are you going to get the money to pay the public servant in your state? How are you going to tar the road? How are you going to do so many stuff because you are not getting that money from Abuja anymore? That day that Nigeria start doing this, what I'm saying today, that is the day that Nigerian will turn around. But as it stands today, every lazy person just find anybody or get the money, put yourself there. You can do whatever you want because you know the people themselves, they won't talk. They are just fixated in the center. Any problem in their state or local government or community is the president. I wonder, you abuse Jonathan, you abuse Buhari, you abuse Obasanjo. They are still living. They are living fine and more than the whatever. Does your cause, your abuse change their trajectory of life? So I will stop here so that other people can talk. It's condemnable what have happened in Benue, and our hearts go for those that have been part, and we hope that they rest in peace. But this is a very good thing that the security people should also up their game. And I think it, like I said earlier, whatever that happened in your community, there's some Nigerians also involved in this, whether for penuria gain, whether for ego, whether for politics, or for whatever you can call it. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Ola, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Remy. Yeah, I'm here. So, man of prestige, you can go now. It's man of prestige.
Okay, I'm here. Thank you very much. Greeting everybody. Let me start from somewhere because this is a very complicated situation. My heart goes for the atrocity that's happening that happened in Benue State. It's not only in Benue State, other part of Nigeria. What's currently happening in Enugu. I mean, Abia and some other places, even in Ondo. I mean, is that Delta, Edo, and some other places all over Nigeria. Period. I mean, some of them are a little bit proportionally higher. So having said that, I'm going to start because people here, some people here are making excuse about what's actually happening in that part of the country. There's many. The violence actually going in Benue State is very complex and has a multiple cost to it. I will start with ethnic religious tension in that area. I mean, that has been happening. Has it gone to a different level? Yes, it's a different level right now. So that's part of it. And you can't dispute the farmer headers conflict that's already going on over there. That has gone there, for so long. And the third one, if I may list it, I may call it criminality and weak security in that area. That's one of them. And the militant element is a component of that because there's no way somebody will tell me that there's no element of Fulani jihadist motive in that area. There has to be that. I mean, even I believe the chieftaincy that spoke today, he said there's certain kind of jihadist kind of situation, that's actually happening in that area. So it's a multifaceted what's actually happening in that area. They have to find a way to resolve it. I mean, because it's going to happen again. Let's call it what it is. It is going to happen again, and it's happening. There has to be a way to resolve it, whether it's through land resources management, reform, security. I mean, at least station security and security over there permanently to be there in order to dialogue with both community. I mean, I'm just providing certain kind of solution, but having said that, I'm more concerned about what actually happened between the governor of Benue State, what he actually doing over there, and what Tinubu came over there to do. That's the part that annoys me the most because our so-called president did not even go there until about a week or so, until actually all the whole killing has already happened. He never spoke actually what happened until the United Nations Secretary General has said something. The Pope has said something. Then he decided, to me, it's still a little too late, in my own opinion, for going there. I mean, what is he going there to do? What is he going? I mean, I don't understand the purpose of going there. And you have the sycophancies, people they are lining up, and you have our children lining up in the rain, in a harsh weather. What does that tell you about Nigeria? What kind of leadership do we have? I know we always have a leadership problem, but and we have the Nigerian people some of them who blindly follow the leadership. They are the cause of the problem we're having in that country. I mean, something has to be given because nothing is really working in that country. They have to find a way to resolve it, whatever it is. But in my own opinion, that is more than what we're thinking because they don't want to stop. They don't want to. Some of the politicians don't want to stop what's actually going on over there. They are benefiting from it. They are probably the one hiring people from outside of some of them. Because I'm not going to come here and make a general statement. It has to be some Fulanis that actually perpetuating what's happening in that area. I mean, I saw a video in the north, whereby the military was fattening with some of one of the terrorists. Is that not a shame? I mean, if any other person from the south does that, they're going to put that person in jail. Look at where Nnamdi Kanu is right now. But this is not about Nnamdi Kanu's story. But where does some people in that part of the country have some privilege and other people doesn't? You see, that's what's annoying when I get tired about talking about Nigerian problem. Nigeria has a problem. I don't know when it's going to be resolved, because this just going to happen temporarily right now. Say, okay, the station military there, then Nigeria will forget the next day. I mean, the killing has become so immune to people. Life doesn't matter to people. I mean, people just died every day. It just become, it just become a very common occurring thing. There's no solution. And, the government is busy. It's all about campaign. Oh, this visit to me, this visit that, that Tinubu went over there is about, I mean, it's about campaign, nothing more. Look at what actually transpired, in that forum. Talking all kind of nonsense, in my own opinion. I don't see any headway where we can get away from this. We need to call it what it is. We have a leadership problem. Not just Tinubu. This has been happening, forever. So I don't know how we can get out of this. We come here, we speak every day, we offer solution, but they don't listen to us because they believe this is what this is the way to handle Nigerian people in order for them to be the king, the empire, and whatever they want to be, to rule us forever. Until we actually get out from this docile mind that we are, Nigeria is not going to head anywhere, So let me leave like that. I don't want to speak a lot. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
is it
you,
my turn now?
man of prestige. Okay, come in, madam here. Yeah, you can speak. You can speak.
Okay. After all the screaming and shouting, yes, the conclusion is that
Me, I'm a born again screamer. I don't want to scream again. I'm a born again screamer now. I don't want to scream again.
Okay. After the screaming and shouting and passion and everything, I will say my own. Nigerians have to rise up to protect their land. It's much, much deeper than land thing. Because if you go to Benue State, most of the top-ranking military men from the time of old to present, some of them, their names still ring bell. To even think that their state is being feasted on like this is actually ironical. Swan, Shawan, David Mark, this one, how many of them remember growing up as a child? Most of the military men come from there. I wouldn't be here vibrating for them. They should be actually the ones vibrating. I'm looking for the day one of them or all of them will come out and tell Nigerians what is actually happening in their state. And they're not speaking. None of them. And ridiculously, most of them are still alive. Ridiculously, most of them are even in the government. And people come here and make excuses, make talk reason, feel vibrated and blah, blah, blah. They know what is going on in their state. And they have to stop it. Because the thing is spreading the whole of Nigeria. It's not only Benue. It happened in Edo. I came out here in Edo State. I went to the extreme. People called me all manner of names, shut me up, got angry, and left the stage. I didn't move. At least now they know that Edo State is not Akara. Anyhow, anybody wants to look at it. Somebody came to this platform and told me that they went to Imo State. Apart from oil and gas, which already has been taken, it's been explored, Imo State didn't really actually have that sort of mineral resources on the ground. So what the heck are they doing there? What the heck did they go there to do? They go to Ogun, they go to Oshun, they go to this, they go to that. They buy people and walk away. Most of the mineral resources in those lands are not something you just take. Like a kitty has a lot of field power that they use in making paints. Is that what somebody who is going to kill people for?
Allah, can you mute there? We can hear you from the background.
So, what are we saying
Sorry,
again?
you can hear me like what? I don't know. What am I doing?
What I mean, we can hear some voices from your side there. Is it from your side? It's okay. I mean, you are muted.
Can I continue?
Yeah, continue, please.
So, now, back to the government. Tinubu is not doing much in the security. And I'm surprised for what's that guy's name? Rubado. He's not doing much. And I am surprised for a long time now. We've not been hearing this massacre in Benue State. It just started all of a sudden again. For reasons I don't know. But what I'm saying in essence is we come here, we scream, we shout, we abuse our government. For me, Nigerians are the government. Since I was born, Nigeria, apart from the day Nigeria became a republic, from that day till today, no foreigner has ever ruled Nigeria. So Nigeria problem is not in one person. But that aside, let me say this. In as much as we don't want Tinubu, people come here to abuse him and say all manner of unspeakable things. That's okay. Who is the alternative? I will keep asking this question. Who is the alternative? When they came out the last time to contest, when he was there, he was the closest person to Aso Rock because he has a lot of things he will run on. And people he worked with came and spoke for him. And he actually campaigned. He was the one going from obscure places to make his case. Then when he went there, he became the usual Nigerian. The question is, the people condemning his work, we that are condemning him for not doing so well, what plans are we making to unseat him? From what I'm seeing, there is no plan. That means he's still more intelligent than we are. Secondly, who is the alternative? As I speak today, there is no alternative that can be present that you will not look underneath the bomb and see a lot of shit. So if we continue to recycle this conglomeration of gangsters and think something will come out. It's not gonna come out. Because we've been abusing our government from whenever I can remember. During the time of Obasanjo, it was so much abuse. Let's start with, is it Abacha? We all know we abused Abacha. We couldn't, it was so hard to unseat him because he has amassed so much power for him. You and I know what happened, how we removed him from there. So Nigerians have never fallen in love with any of their leader. Then the question I'm asking that I have been saying, that means the problem is not with the leader on that seat at that time. The problem is with the antecedent of Nigerians, in the sense that any of them that you put there, he will showcase the Nigerianness in him. For we to even come to this platform to discuss that a president went to see a massacre in a state and then we give him accolade, shows the level Nigeria has gotten into. Because on normal circumstances, the moment that thing happened, he should be rushing there to see what's the heck is going on in the land that was handed over to him to take care of. But some people make it look so gauzy by saying it was the internet that abused him, they did this and he went there. And they call it record breaking. You see, when we push these narratives and this propaganda, the world will continue hurting. It's not only Nigeria. The world generally is hurting. It will continue hurting. But let me say this, for those who keep saying that these rat tags running around West Africa and some part of Africa, lying people at will, even our military personnel. If anybody come down here to screw trash, that is because of land. I don't think that person has a clue of what he or she is saying. I'll give you as an example, Benue State. If it is because of land, this thing has been going on for almost, if I make, 15 years now. Has there been mining? The answer is no. Otherwise, if there is one, Benue people would have said. Has there been any form of thing happening in their land to show that maybe these people are farming here, they chased us, they pied us, and they're not the ones farming here. They chased us, they pied us, they're now keeping their cows here. There is nothing like that. So people cannot just run into a town and buy people and walk away.
There's nothing like what? There's nothing like what? What are you talking about? There's nothing like
nothing
what?
like. So now what you are saying is that they buy them and start mining in their land. Is that what you're telling
So
me?
there's nothing like that. There's nothing like that in Zamfara. There's nothing like that in Plateau State.
Hold on, please.
In Kaduna State, there's nothing like that.
Please, please.
Oh, you were asking now. You were asking, and I'm giving you instances.
Can I speak, please?
You speak, but I'm answering you.
Listen, let me tell you. When I am discussing, doing my submission, I do not want to be all over the place.
What are you talking about? You said something, I'm taking you on that.
Listen,
all over the place.
When
what is all over the place?
Hold on, please.
What is wrong?
Ola, please.
Hold on, please. Please, Aizon, are you the one in the background? If it is you, just show me your face. I just want to be very sure that someone is not using variation of your.
I can't hear you very well, but leave me and him. I got this.
No. Yes, I think Aizon want to call me, but I want to make sure it's Aizon. So I don't want to bring in a impersonator.
Okay.
I'm not seeing your face, so eyes on. Let me see before I bring you on. This is not eyes on now. This is another person now. This is not the eyes on we know.
What's going on? So is it an impersonation?
Okay. I will bring him, I hope.
The conversation today is on Benue State. And I said, I don't think it's the land. I don't want to be on about the whole Nigeria discussing. I can make references to those places. But now we are talking about Benue State. Have they been mining in Benue State? Is there an exploration going on in Benue State? Is there a cattle ranch in Benue State? For 15 years, what they're working to do is to come and buy people and walk away. It's like an attack.
There's cattle ranch in Benue State. There is, but that's what you're asking. There is.
And who owns it, please?
Yeah. So Otom has. I mean, other people has.
Hold on. Oh. I'm talking about the people who come to buy.
Come on. Come on. Why are you doing this? You said, is there any ranch in that's what you asked.
Hold on.
And I'm telling you there is. Otom said he has.
Understand
so many Fulani men has.
Understand my question. We are talking about, they said it's because of the land that they come to buy them. Then I'm asking, the people that come to buy, have they established, I think that should be the right word.
They have.
Have they established anything in the land?
They have.
What is that?
So you have heard about Castinala.
Okay.
Castinala in Benue State. Have you heard about that place?
What happened to Castinala is a town?
It's mostly Fulanis that are there, who came from all parts of wherever they came from, and they settled there.
You see,
so what are you talking about? And they have their so-called ranch or whatever community there.
They have a ranch.
Even within TV settlements, where TV villages, there are Fulanis there.
Come on. Man of whoever is speaking, I don't speak like this, because you cannot tell me that people are settled, Fulanis are settled in that land. And then the same Fulanis, because people keep saying it's Fulani headers, Fulanis are settled in that land. And the same Fulanis from somewhere else will come and buy people and run away. And the Fulanis that are settled in the land are safe. Come on now.
Sometimes the way you just talk, sometimes you just make people lost.
Come on now.
I mean,
you are saying that in Katsina Allah, which is a town in Benue State, Fulanis are settled there. And in Benue State too, Sunani, in TV land, Fulanis are settled
there. They're everywhere. Mostly they're everywhere.
Hold on.
Benue State,
hold on. Don't be on about the discussion, please.
But that's why I don't like people interjecting me. Trying to interject you. You have to go through this your lingo everywhere you're about. I'm talking to what you're talking about. No, there's no where about. There's no here about.
Hold on. Let's take it one after the other. You said that Fulanis are settled in that state, everywhere in the state, right? That's what you said. Okay. And then these state people are now saying that Malaysia Fulanis come to their town to attack them and run away. And then if you believe that Malaysia Fulanis come into their town and attack them and run away, and then you should be asking yourself, why are they keeping the Fulanis already settled in their land safe? Since you said the Fulanis are settled all over their place. So why are those ones safe?
I don't know what you're seeking to get with this, your question. But the point I'm trying to make here is this. However you frame your question, there are Fulanis in different parts in Idoma land, in Tiv land, and other land. They're everywhere. They have their own place. I mean, at least in Kasinala, which is a huge part where you can find a lot of the Fulanis. So if you're asking, who are these Fulanis that are coming? I don't know. Either the one that are really settling among them, that are pretending to be these killers. We don't know, because they are faceless right now. They said the government knows them and they're not telling us who they are. They have evidence as to who that these people. They don't want to tell us. But as far as we know, from what we've seen so far,
you call them Fulanis.
What the settlers there, I mean the villagers they are saying, they also these are Fulanis.
Okay, good.
But they don't know where they are from.
Okay, good.
So
you see,
they are not known.
When people make their submission and make their case, they complicate their case. Because I know how we behave in Africa. And I don't think all of a sudden we have become sense. You cannot tell me that Fulani is settled in my town. And then I believe that Fulanis came from outside to wipe up some part of my town. And then the Fulanis living in my town will remain there and be safe. Your case will not be, your case will be difficult for somebody like me to handle. That's all I can say. But let me continue with what I'm saying.
Yeah, have you not seen that happen?
Let me continue with what I don't know where that happened, but let me continue with what
I'm saying. But if I give you now, you can say, well, we should not go all over the map.
Let me continue with what I am saying. It's common sense. It's common sense. Fulanis cannot come into a
There's nothing common here. There's no sense common here. There's no sense.
Fulanis cannot come into
Can you give me 2 minutes?
Fulanis cannot come into a town and buy over 200 people. And the remaining people believe that is the Fulanis that died them. And then Fulanis are living among them. Since another person wants to speak, Ola, it's my turn.
Please give me 2 minutes. Let me just.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. You see, I don't know why we Nigerians, we refuse to talk reality. We refuse to say truth how it is. We are talking about people's lives. We are talking about children that are vulnerable, that are helpless, innocent children, children that don't even know their left and right. They are being wasted like when you're roasting chicken. You see, these people, as I said, they are not Fulani herders. These are terrorists.
Okay.
Terrorists that they are using to destabilize Nigeria. My advice to the Benue people have bad boys. It's not all about carrying cultism, on the head, as if they talk, fire will come out and consume person. This is the time their people need them most. Our governments are not ready. In fact, our government is even aiding them to kill. It is the right time that the Benue people, the bad boys we have in Benue, they should stand up. Or do they want to see their mothers being murdered? Do they want to see their sisters, their brothers being murdered? It is the right time they should stand up and match these people with the madness. The level of madness they bring, they should match it with them. They will respect and they will respect themselves. Nobody have two lives. Nobody have two lives. Benue, I know Benue people. I know Benue people to be more in Nigerian police.
People. Anyway,
yes.
Let
them employ every means they have to deal with these people. They are not. How can we negotiate with killers, with terrorists? Who is saying all this?
They won't
Why
even
are we making issue harmonize? Who is going to harmonize what? If I come to your house now, your house you built by yourself and destroy it, and you want to, person will tell you, okay, come and harmonize with. Under what circumstances?
You see,
we should not be. Let us be preaching to people that they should stand up and defend themselves. Nigeria have gotten to that extent.
Yes.
These are people's life, for goodness sake, and let us not be jeopardizing the issue and painting it blue and black as if we are not afraid of anybody.
It's actually insulting. It's actually
how would they do the talking now?
Huh?
Ola, how are we talking?
Let me just finish. It's actually very annoying. It's actually very annoying for people to minimize what is going on in Nigeria and call it land. It's actually very annoying. Because are you saying they want to take the whole of Nigeria? And who are they? Honestly, it's actually annoying for anybody to go to anywhere and minimize it. I call it quick fix. It's because of land. And then you end it there. That's a lie. Africans have a way of taking a quick cut short to investigation. I will repeat myself again. That thing has nothing to do with land. I end my case.
So, Kandu, are you there? Okay, if Kandu is not there, Aizon, you can go ahead.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
Sorry.
Kandu, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't hear you calling me. Good evening, good morning, everyone. Oh, Jesus. You know, there's I don't know if it's a comedy skit or whatever it was. I've seen it a number of times where it says, God, why did you have to bring me to this country? God. Be it the leadership, and I mean all of the leaders of Nigeria from whenever to right now, be it the followers, it's like somebody telling me that the Ayatollah has issued a fatwa for me to go and kill somebody. I'm going to ask, which juju did that person put for their mouth that they cannot go and do it themselves or send their son or their daughter to go and do it? How does somebody influence you to go and do something? It's amazing to me that somebody said something and me, I go and do what they said. What kind of juju you get? And I know people are not all equal. I get it. I've been hearing about all this killing in Nigeria for whether it's police killing people during the time of, army killing people in whatever state, killing like over 1,000 people or something like that. When somebody says or people have a belief that, excuse me, that some governor said they imported people or allow people to come from some place. It's like, what? Because he or she is going to gain some monetary value. It's like, where are these people from? Am I on the same planet as this type of people? How is this possible? What type of political influence? What type of monetary gain do you have to gain to allow somebody to go and kill somebody? I remember
that thing is power and superiority.
Whether it's power, whether it's heavenly power, whether it's Shango power, I don't care. I don't care. Maybe people that care, it matters to them. And I would never be able to understand those type of people because they're so small-minded. Even if you live to be 120 years, you're still going to die. So what the heck is the means of your power? All the people that have that power, pharaohs, where are they today? Small-mindedness. Sometimes, I should be having conversation about how to move country forward, not about who is killing who is Igbo, who is Yoruba. What type of foolishness is this? The Benue people. Who cares what part of the country you are from? And why? Why do I care if you're Yoruba or you're from the north or the east? What difference does it make where you're from? I've lived in virtually white neighborhood with white police officers in America. I don't care if you're white. I don't care if you're Chinese. What difference does it make to me where you're from? My mind gets blown every time I just hear about these things. And because some people are gaining something. Gain something to do what with? To live till you're 120 years old and you die. Where are the children and the great-great-great-grandchildren of the pharaohs? Where are they today? Nobody's going to remember your behind. Nobody. You're going to be useless to history. Useless. Nobody will even remember you came through. You think you're somebody. You think you're amassing something. For what future? For what children? For what dynasty? All the people who don't build the dynasty for Russia, for even the people where they Britain, what did they do? Where they go? What do you think you are building? What do you think you are accumulating? For who? I don't know how somebody can say, hey, somebody told them. I don't, man. In any event, I think I like what the summation that Mr. Remy gave at the end of the day. I think it's probably going, I mean, I've said this on here a number of times. It's probably going to take maybe way past when I'm gone, maybe 50 years, maybe even 100 years from now. Because I don't have to be from Plateau State or from Mexico or from Bangladesh to feel the pain of another human being. Whether I'm from Plateau State or not, it's irrelevant. These are human beings. And how can you don't even have a country, you don't have a state. Anybody that wants to deprive of another human being of their lives, you do not deserve yours. I remember when I was young in Nigeria, and I saw somebody being burned for stealing a wallet. I remember I was 15. I said, if I had a machine gun with 200 bullets, I would buy every single one trying to kill that one person. Because you don't have the right to take a life because somebody stole a wallet, whereas your governor is stealing billions of dollars and you keep quiet. What type of human beings are we? In any event, it's just going to take time. It's going to take time because it cannot be okay for me to have, I mean, unless if I'm not in a position to do something about it, to have 5-year-old, 10-year-old kids in the streets of Kano begging for money. And I say I'm rich. Rich doing what? Every child that is not able to attain an education and become the best person that they can be is an affront to every person. Because that child could be a teacher, the person who is going to come up with some sort of vaccine to cure a disease. And we call ourselves living a life, driving a motto. And lives cannot be invested in. What is the point of life? I'm not saying that those people should just be having 10 babies when that they cannot afford. That's not the point. But what are we doing? What is this whole thing all about? Because we're all going to be gone sooner or later. So I don't understand these governors, these leaders, so-called leaders, presidents, be it Obasanjo, be it Jonathan, they don't make any difference to me. But what are we about as a people? Is it just about I better pass my neighbor? It seems like it's truly, when I look at us as Nigerians especially, and I think black people generally all over the world, it's about things. Things. Life is not about things. Life is about people.
So what was the way forward? Because the thing
I think time is the only way forward. When I am gone, maybe some other people are gone. I think, be it Gaza, be it Nigeria, be it Africa, even be it America. I think the future, because what I see are children from different parts of the world now. I mean, it's been something that's been going on, that are not seeing themselves as a Chinese child or Indian child or African child. And I think time is the only remedy. When all these bigoted, useless people are all gone, I think the future will take care of itself. And I think that's the only hope there is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Aizon, so over to you.
Yeah. So I first of all, I want to talk about the way forward. But before I do that, let's just all agree. This blame that people want to pass around, the blame is on everyone. The blame is on the presidency because when he got elected, this problem existed. I've come on this platform and I've screamed over and over that we shouldn't have over 100,000 people in IDPs in Benue State before this attack years ago. This thing started in 2016, and people have been displaced from their homes and have not gone back for almost 10 years. So he came into that situation, but there was no sense of emergency. Blame is on the governor. Otom, when he was governor, was running around the country screaming to anyone that could listen that this thing was happening. He even made an attempt on his life. People, even on this platform, were criticizing him because he was criticizing the APC government. That he should, instead of screaming about all these things, he should go and figure out how to pay people's salary in his state. The sensitivity of Nigerians was showing. This new guy came into office in Benue, knew this problem existed, yet no sense of urgency. The blame is on the media. Even today, as we speak, I've listened to every single media outlet, from channels to Arise to TVC to everyone. What do? They bring people from Benue, human rights activists, governor, House of Rep member, senator, to come and talk about the occurrences in Benue. Yet, VDM, who is not a journalist, had boots on ground to interview people on ground, showed images of the carnage. VDM was doing the job of the media outlets. All these media outlets, they didn't have one investigative journalist to go to all these places to show sights and sounds and images. It was VDM going to do their job. In addition, these people that have been quiet, these women, these children, these families, these lives that had aspirations, dreams, whatever it is they had, who are they? The nameless faces, unknown deaths. They don't have names. They don't have faces. It's the media's job to create a list, to share that list, to share the faces, to put a perspective on this. These are human lives. Not just, 200 people, 170 people, different numbers. Who are the people? What are their names? I listened to Kabiru Adamu today, security official on Arise, talking about since Tinubu came in office, 17,000 people have been fired in Nigeria, from Benue to Borno to Zamfara to all these different places. 17,000. And I was thinking to myself, when I used to go and watch indoor basketball games, NBA games, that's an arena. That's an indoor basketball arena with 17,000. Field, packed, not a scanty one, a field arena of people lost. Who are those people? Who are those Nigerians? We don't know. We will never know because their names and their lives don't matter. And the media will act like they're doing their job. They will invite all these people to come and talk. Next week, they'll stop talking about it. So they have a huge blame in this. But let's talk about solutions. So if you talk about solutions, these people that are carrying the blame also have the solutions in their hand. But for some reason, they're not acting. Let's start with the presidency. The president, Nigerian laws prohibit gun ownership for states. The security officials are delegated from the federal office to the states to work, right? They answer to Abuja. The governor is the chief security official in the state, but they answer to Abuja. They take their weapons from Abuja. I remember Otom was trying to get Buhari to give them special dispensation so the vigilante force he created can carry automatic weapons. Buhari never gave him that permission, right? So from the federal level, if you want to stop people that are coming into your communities with automatic weapons, you need to have a security force equally armed with the same level of firepower. Okay, so that's from the presidency. And again, on the federal level, if you have been trying one way, marching orders, chief of defense staff, chief of army staff, IG, go there from the federal level. It will never work. Why? Because these people, they strike randomly at night. They come in when people are sleeping. There's no form of security to protect those people, and they attack and they leave. So if you're trying to delegate people from the federal level to go and do one thing or the next, you're not going to stop it. If you remember in Sudan, when the Janjaweed was attacking the people of Southern Sudan, how were they doing it? It's the same thing they were doing. The Janjaweed were riding on motorcycles and on horses late at night. They will attack these communities and buy people and ride out. And you see the carnage the next morning. So if you want to stop it, you have to have community response units armed with communication. Benue has a lot of ex-military, ex-retired, ex-everything. Train them, arm them, get special dispensation from the Nigerian federal government, get them automatic weapons. Identify all the communities in Benue and have your community response people recruited from the community. If you have that, at least there will be a deterrent. These people, before they come in, they will understand that they're going to meet firepower if they do come in. And you have early warning security signs. You cannot have,
I beg
in
to
fact,
disagree with you.
okay, that's fine. You had your turn, madam. Please let me speak.
The communities cannot be armed
listen,
with
Ola, can you please
automatic
ask her?
weapons.
Can you please ask her to be quiet?
Everybody will be, the whole country will be chaotic.
Ola,
There are several ways
Ola,
of
please
doing
take
it.
control of you.
You can't
Take
come here and
control.
be saying that communities will be armed, should be armed with automatic weapon. Please.
Hello, Madam Zita. Let Tyson speak because he doesn't want interjection. Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Like I was saying, these people come in you need a community response unit. You need people trained and armed to defend their communities. If you train them, you arm them, it's going to work. How does the National Guard work in the United States? All the people that live in America can tell you. They're not full-time soldiers, but every certain period of time, they go in for their training and they know how to use weapons. When you have this sort of situation, you cannot apply the same solution that has not worked since Boko Haram started. You have to have a special situation. Let me give you another example. In Burkina Faso and in Western Mali, let me start with Burkina Faso. When Traore came in, that was one of the first things he did, because all these communities were being terrorized by the same people, same exact people. Going into these communities, carnage, leave. When they started creating these units, the numbers immediately drastically went down and stopped. In Western Mali, the Dogon have been fighting this one. In fact, the Dogon did not even have weapons. The weapons, I saw a documentary about it, the weapons they got the weapons by buying some of these people and taking their weapons. Today in Western Mali, and now they have AKs that they took from these people and they protect their communities. And those people don't just attack their communities the way they used to. So the case studies are there. The examples are there. We sit down, this thing has happened over and over again. They will do all this song and dance routine, but the action that is necessary to stop this, they will not take it. The same thing has happened recently. I saw on Vanguard today, the attack in Enugu. This is not the first attack in Enugu. Why is the action not being taken? Even if the federal government is saying they're not going to give you automatic weapons, you can at least have a system set up in communication with outposts to look out, because you know these things are coming. Create a curfew. So that way you know at a certain point, if anyone moves around at a certain point at night, those people are probably criminals. Desperate times calls for desperate measures. You cannot continue. After this happens, people go back to their life. Then these people attack again, kill more children. Then what? You cannot. And the crazy thing is, all these interviews I've seen, I've not seen one communication that has come out to say, here's the action that we are taking to mitigate against this, and it will not happen again. Instead, we react the same way we've always reacted. Chief of Defense Staff, IG, from the federal level, they will come, make noise, go back to Abuja. Those communities are still vulnerable. They are still there. They have no weapons to defend themselves. They have no system, no framework for identifying intruders. How then do they defend themselves? How then do they protect themselves? There's no security in these places. Without security, you're going to have these sort of people. Look at vulnerable people that are living in poverty, and then go in there and kill them, and nothing will happen, and eventually they will take their land. And this starts with the people of Benue. If the federal government is not going to give you, at least I know, according to Nigerian law, you can own pump action, you can own it for sport, and people can get a license for defense. So at the very least, you can start there, and you can have proper communication and outposts in every community. And you can have people start to train these people. Or Tom did it, he trained a bunch of people, but then this guy came in and disbanded the group. He trained a bunch of people to defend themselves. You have to do stuff like that. You have to. In fact, was in the Southwest, were they not asking for automatic weapons for the vigilante group in the Southwest? The federal government did not give it to them. How then do you enable people to protect themselves? You identify people, you train them, you license them, you get them armed, and you create a scenario where you can protect your people. Without that, it's going to happen again. And we'll come here, mark my words, and we'll do this song and dance routine again. And nothing will happen. Because until the people start to care, from the federal to the state to the community, all the local people there that were talking today when Tinubu went there, they are all responsible. Because they all need to have that sense of urgency to protect their communities. Otherwise, we're just wasting our time. I digress. Next person, that's all.
Thank you, Isaac. So I don't know if anybody wants to contribute, but let me just say my own. You know, what I've seen about this issue is this. like every contributor, we've tried to solve this problem, but I think what many people did so far is just to show their anger, and the show of anger has never solved any problem in that country. As a matter of fact, we know what to do. I think earlier this year we all talked about the state police bill, to the extent that as sometimes in May, the Northern Governor Forum, they were talking about how the National Assembly should speed up. And so that means that if the Northern governors, if they are in support, so basically, it simply means that we have like about 18, right? 18 states or thereabout of the federation in support already. So you start wondering what is stopping? Why are these people waiting? Now, whatever Egbetokun is talking about, I think that one is just saying nonsense and nothing. And I know so far it seems there are just 2 or about 3 people that are against this bill. Wike, if it is true, allegedly, because of what I read, among governor in Taraba State. You know, I start wondering if a governor of Taraba, if the governor of Taraba State will be standing against the state police bill. How am I saying this? No matter excuse you want to give, it is very easy for us to say, oh, it is the natural mineral resources, all those stuff. No, people that are saying mineral resources, that is why I say when we hear one opinion, sometimes we have to be very careful of who we listen to. I was growing up to know the crisis in those areas of Jos Plateau State, religious or whatever. It has been long, probably before I was even born. And how can someone just now wake up in 2025 and the thing now suddenly became the resources? Yes, it's the problem. Like Yoruba would say, whenever elephant dies, you start seeing the different type of knives, because everybody just want to share after that. Something started this problem, and we should go to that root cause of that problem. Some people believe that Nigeria is their inheritance, and whatever they want to do, they want to chase people away from their ancestral land and occupy. That's what the initiative. Now, the thing gravitated to Boko Haram, and it was all about Boko Haram when some historian just came around and just gave the opinion. They said whatever is happening there, that we should go and look at all those areas that were under the attack of Boko Haram there. That those were the area that Madam Fodio was unable to capture. That was the narrative then. Then the thing graduated to banditry. How did that thing graduate to banditry? Nigerian government failed to do things, and some people saw opportunity there, to the point that the government of Nigeria started paying ransom. When you have government that pays ransom to the bandits, to terrorists, what do you expect? Someone already that was not even making money from that place, and you are now even showing them that, okay, banditry pays, terrorism pays, and you were giving them money. I see some people here now that I was so happy that El-Rufai is against Tinubu and all those blah blah blah. Has anybody even asked about what was that security report that stopped Tinubu from making El-Rufai part of his government? It is not hidden from even. It's well known publicly. That's what I want to say publicly, because this governor came out that you pay some foreign bandits, you pay them so that they should stop paying your people. How does that sound? These people, they were not empowered initially, and you went ahead to further empower them. These people now, they've seen this as business. What do you think any businessman will do? If the people businessman becomes greedy, they equip themselves to take advantage of the market. And that's exactly what these people did. A governor not to be ashamed of saying you pay them. And the people that are that suffer the casualty in your state, we are yet to see the record that you pay them. Instead, you allow them in the IDPs. There was even a time that we even credited something to them that, okay, it never happened in the Kaduna state before, that now that, okay, it's a Muslim thing, that is that you now have Muslim administration in Kaduna. That alone has betrayed your intention. So for people that are just reducing the thing to natural resources, we are playing with fire. Natural resources that just came like 2-3 years ago. How did that become the reason that the insecurity has been there for about 40 years? Why is that not happening in Kogi? Because when we talk about natural resources today, Kogi is very huge. So in that Benue area and all those North Central area, they are not. Niger State is very huge. In minerals, in solid minerals. Why a particular place? What is the demography of those areas? That's if you are just seeing the hand of Esau, but you cannot recognize the voice of Jacob. No, now the question you start asking yourself that, what is delaying this police bill? Now this thing, because police bill is supposed to, it should have become an act now. This thing should have been accelerated. Who is afraid? Yeah, you don't need to tell me that Wike is afraid. Of course, yes, you know if Fubara asked the police, you won't even try what you are trying. So you only care about the power you want to grab. I hope Tinubu will not fall victim of such kind of advice. Why is it that Nasarawa's Taraba state governor want to gain? So when we say we should be facing the governor. Okay, now look at the one now that they just mentioned. Now, when Oton was there, Oton was shouting. Oton was trying was crying to the federal government to license its own security people to carry gun. Ask yourself a question: where are these current governors not shouting? This current governor, all of a sudden, they are telling you they are powerless. Ask Amosu, when Amosu returned over 2,000 rifle, latest AK 47 and 49 to the Nigeria police. Ask yourself, how did he get approval for that? How? So this idea that people want to pretend, because look, when we focus majorly on presidency, I think we are helping, because this has always been my opinion, we are helping those people that are just interested in grabbing power. Good. Tinubu has failed in certain aspects. And that aspect is security. But this thing is not unstable alone. Why should a governor disband a security outfit? Why we don't have a very strong voice taking Amotekun in the southwest of Nigeria to another place? Since Akeredolu of blessed memory, we've not had any governor at the forefront fighting for outfit to protect the region. Since they talk about recruiting the forest guard, do you see anybody among these governors talking? And one thing, and nobody tells me, is this for people to tell me that governors are powerless. You don't tell me that. Governors that when it's come to that time of election, the police, they have the police in their pockets. Suddenly, they are powerful. But when it comes to common people, they are not. You know, what I've seen about our leaders these days is this. We don't have the leaders of those days that They could use anything to
Mr.
defend
Ola,
the state.
can I ask I mean, I'm not really expecting you to know.
Okay, go ahead.
What does anybody have to gain? What power? What money? What position that you'll be putting lives of people at stake like this? What is the thing? I still fail to understand. Is this that people are just so short-sighted? So you gain power,
Okay.
you become powerful, you become whoever you become.
Oh no.
So that what tomorrow are you those who have come in every part of the world, other than every people mentioning their names every now and then. Is it that people just don't understand this power to do what with?
You see, when we talk of poverty, sometimes is when it's not only when we don't have money. When we say a third world country that people with poverty, they suffer from poverty. Yeah, our governors, even though they have billions stolen, it doesn't mean they are outside of that poverty because they still carry that poverty mentality. It's not as if they created something special to take themselves out of that poverty. Now, the person that stole money already, the day one you stole money, you have something that anybody can use to blackmail you. So some of these governors, they put themselves in the position of blackmail because they are all rogues. Now, some of them because they love life so much, because I made an analogy here the other time, because we've seen this situation where police wanted to enter Canada. As a matter of fact, they consider name inadmissible because it belonged to an organization where they violate human rights aggressively. So some of these governors you see, they are more concerned about their position to grab enough. They don't want to have any record, any dirty record, so that by the time they steal enough, you won't have someone that's, because already they've stole, you won't have someone that will be using something against them that, oh, when they were the governor for they abuse human rights. They still want to travel to United States, they still want to travel everywhere. And this guy, they will not perform their responsibility because of the dark side of their life. Those are the type of governor we don't need. Those are the type of governor we don't need. If you are type of, see, as a matter of fact, it may sound funny to you. We need some governors in the mode that can behave like Trump. Not Trump, rather. What's this Russian man? Putin. Those people that are very hard, that, okay, see, we have governors that cannot lay their life down for their people. Those are the kind of things we are suffering today. Although someone died, your mommy that they managed to get to power. The type of governor we have now, those are not the type of governor we used to have up to 1983. That's a major problem.
Well, you asked me earlier. You asked me earlier that there was the solution after I did my summation, and I guess I'm going to have to again. It's not that I think that you have it, because the reality is, at least from where I stand, these people are not going to change. And like I've said here a few times, I think I mentioned it yesterday as well. You see, what saddens me most is that a lot of these people have sent their children to go and acquire the best classroom education money can buy, and they're beginning to position their children. So not only did their parents rule over you, if care is not taken, their children will rule over your children. I don't mean you personally. I mean the Nigerian.
No, I got your point clearly. I got your point. I got your point. Hello, can do.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that you see, in
Okay.
any you see, in anything that I do, I think in 10, 20 year terms. I don't even think in 1 year. So again, I wonder, are there people that are even thinking about what is going to be the life of the Nigerian child 20 years from now?
No. You see, can do. You see, can do. See, the solution is there. This man, this president, if you look at this president, he is the one that has had that guts to even try what we be clamoring for. You know, this guy is fearless. Some of those governors that you see, some kid of less than 10 years, some kid of 10 years to 15 years, they are bolder than some of these governors that you see. They don't want to offend anybody. They want to be Omoluabi. They want to this thing. And you cannot do. The governor of the state should be the toughest person in that state. Not the person that will be tough towards the poor people, but you are tough against the political enemies that are against your state. Now, do you know why I think state police will solve this problem? You understand?
Yeah.
If you want to do your craziness there in a particular, okay, when people are saying these people are extending towards the south, it happened. This thing is not something that we talk about. If you some of our guys now, whenever they travel to Nigeria, if they want to travel from Lagos to Ibadan to Ekiti or to somewhere, they go with police escorts. Yeah, probably those people that are kidnapping now, probably they were not those foreign Fulani that used to be before. But the problem is this: when some people start some things and others see opportunity there, they grab that opportunity and the problem becomes very difficult to solve.
Absolutely.
Then,
Absolutely.
so how do you solve this problem? Because this problem of kidnapping was once solved in the southeastern part of the country, and I still believe it can be solved. Then, how do you solve this problem? Use your state police. Because the question is this now: if you carry Ekiti man to defend Ekiti, it has nothing to do with any foreign Fulani or whatever they want to claim, or any foreigner.
Yeah.
They know how to deal with them. Because how do I mean? Okay, like there was a time while I was growing up that right in the Ikere Ekiti there and some other Ekiti, there were some people, you understand, the cocoa merchants were the target of some of the criminals there. Now, you know the problem that not only they will rob them only, you know, the problem of their money already, they will pay them after. So it got to a stage that the vigilantes started coming out. They even carry Oro, all those local hunter. You understand?
Yeah.
They solved that problem. They solved the problem. Even it took them like almost a year to solve, because some people did that in the escape. Later, we started hearing some story of those people that ran mad, all those stuff. And those people that were apprehended and they handed over to the police. What happened after? That nature of criminality just stopped.
Yeah.
So what does that tell us? If you allow every state,
excuse me,
if you allow every state to, the problem is this: some people will be afraid that, okay, when you are Fulani, when you are Hausa, or maybe I'm a Yoruba man in the north, you are not saying, okay, now we have to take a decision. If that will make our country security situation to get resolved, let's go. Let everybody own a state and clean that your state, and let us hold this thing for some time, so to erase this kind of memory and the capacity for criminality within our state and regions. Now, the question I'm still asking, because the state police we are talking about, if we are really serious about it, should see, if they are very serious about this thing, can be done within 2 months.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we have governors, we have senators, all of them that are just any hooch. But these are country-loving
can I
senators.
chip in, Ola?
Okay.
Yeah, you are talking about the state police. Actually, it has passed second reading. And most of the, I think almost of the 36 state governors have already said yes
since
to it.
February.
But the problem they are having,
the
problem they have is that they're supposed to harmonize it at their national, that thing that headed Nigerian Security Economic Council, headed by the VP. They're supposed to harmonize it from that way. I think the major problem they're having about the bill, that's I think that how will they control the SSS of the governors? So that is the major problem. They are still they have to fine-tune about how do they control. I think it's simple. I think let the state governor with they propose the state governor with the state assembly and with the police service commission. They are the one that will appoint, the state governor will appoint 2 persons from that state to be the state commissioner of police. And then this 2/3 state assembly must say yes to it. And the police service commission must also say yes to it. So that one has been settled. But the problem is...
Let me tell you one of the way, even though this is not the way I want, because for me, I want our police to have independent body, that you have the judiciary there and some other. I don't really want the state governor.
But that means they have to create a state police service commission.
Is that not part of what they have in the bill? It's part of what they have.
I don't know, because that one is also ambiguous. I don't know whether it's the police service commission of the federation that we. What I learned is that the police service commission will pick. No, the state governor will pick 2 serving governor now from that state. One of them, and then should be the commissioner of police, state commissioner of police, and the state assembly must say yes to it, to 3rd. So I don't know the relevance of the police service commission, I mean the national body. I don't know what exactly they will be doing. But what I see is that if there is a crime, they should denote that they should separate. These are the crime that the state police can handle. Just like the FBI and the whatever in America. And these are the crime that when it's above this, then the federal police can come in.
And I think maybe the state, maybe the commission body on the federal level will be to curb whatever excesses, at least from the little that I know about Nigeria and Nigeria elections, even when they didn't have state police. Some of the stories I have heard here and there is this governor taking whatever force that he has available to go and intimidate another candidate and things of that nature. So maybe the federal body...
Wike did that a lot when he was the minister now. He was even carrying police to go and harass Amechi.
Okay, so maybe the federal body will be some sort of a check.
But whatever happened, I think that state police is coming to
Remy, that thing is even an excuse. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you. Today, although I know it's still within the same military, but I'm just trying to say something. Today, if you find out that any military officer misbehave, we have the military police that are there with them, right? The same way, if you still want to you can maintain some kind of control, because if the constitution allow the governor, the president to declare state of emergency in the state, such thing can happen if a state is misbehaving. Now, the only thing you want to make sure is this. Now, you cannot declare state of emergency in a state if the police are running after the criminals in our bushes. You understand? Okay, you want to, okay, we have a foreign reserve in Ekiti, in those states, and some foreign people, they are living there without this thing. You understand? If the state police go inside that place and flush them out, the president can never declare any state of emergency. But if the governor misuse power during the election, and those things can clearly be established, then So it's not as if this thing is difficult. There is a way you can still control the state from abusing. Let's just stop. Now, just look at it now. Okay, the court gave judgments to control for local government allocation. You understand? And the governors, they are still sitting on it, right? They don't want the thing to happen. What's the problem? That's the problem of the federal. Why are you afraid of the governor in such a way that you cannot let the allocation of the local government goes to them? It's your fault because you are looking for political support. There's a way. Once there's a Supreme Court judgment, you should be able to enforce this thing. That is where the problem of politics is. Now, if anybody is telling me that, okay, because they want to abuse, the state will abuse, you now want all these criminals to be paying your people. How many people? Because it is now.
Yeah, you cannot use the excuse of because there will be bad people. I mean, somebody will do something bad. I mean, there has to be, again, at the end of the day, this whole thing boils down to leadership. From the leadership of the presidency to the leadership of the governorship to the I mean, nobody can tell me in 2025 that you cannot know who is who in any geographical location. You cannot tell me that some people are coming from outside of Nigeria. Yeah, I know some of the borders are porous. I get that. But make it mandatory. You're the governor of the state. We're going to know everybody. We'll conduct our own local census. You can't just tell me somebody came from somewhere.
To tell you the truth, that country is complex to rule because that ethnicity and tribal politics is always there. That unnecessary rivalry is also there. How can you break that thing? I'm telling you the truth, is that state resource control. Because now everybody is fighting for larger share of the cake from the center. And everybody will tell you, oh, look at the thing is already lopsided one way or the other. Look at the Northwest. They have 7 states because of the landmass or whatever. Look at the Southwest. The population in your state alone, is it not more than the population in Zamfara or Sokoto? The population, the people living inside, is more. So it's already lopsided. So the only way is that let each state carry their cross. You will not discover that most people that are politicians today, they will not touch it anymore. It's going to be a hell of a job. That is why in America you are living today. That is why you see that state governor self, the wahala too much for his head. Talk less of to be a president, it's not going to be easy. So if you're a state governor, you have to find a way how to mine the resources in your state, how to create employment, because nobody is going to help you out. So if your state governors are not doing the right thing, people move to state where it's economically viable. That is why you see in the East Coast and the West Coast, people are moving there to look for opportunity. People said don't move to Mississippi. People said don't move to the Central Plain of America because the opportunity is not a lot compared to the East and West Coast and the South. That is so simple. So by the time when we go to that level in Nigeria, then you will now see right-thinking people joining politics because it's a hell of a job. Because
yeah, that's why I think it's time that is going to do this thing, because from what I've seen from some, I mean, I don't really follow Nigeria that much. But the little that I see is and I'm not saying that this does not happen in other places, but it's just disheartening to me.
Yeah, it would be because I am already tired of everything. Everything today. If you look at that Nigeria as a country, to be frank with you, there's some section that is really drawing back that country, and there's some section, unfortunately, they just brought unnecessary thing on their head. They are the architect of their own problem. But when you look at the Northeast and the Northwest, I'm sorry, these are the people drawing back Nigeria. Because for God's sake, 2025, how can you be continuing to have children and you call them Almajeri, you don't want to send them to school? And at the same time, you want the same thing that goes to people that are really working hard. You also want the same kind of money. Tell me today, if they are not getting that money from Abuja, what would they do? That gold they are fighting over in Zamfara, immediately they will close rank. They are not going to talk about it. That agricultural farmland in Benue, they are expecting federal government to give. Immediately they will close down. We are on our own now, so we have to find a way to settle this wahala. But as it is today, every problem, even if you don't have if your wife is not getting pregnant, it's still the center that is the president that is not making him to get pregnant. So
no, I mean, all those people is about the bigotry that they have.
Yes, and when people talk, that party is not good, this party is not good.
Well, even if the party is not good, I mean, hey, look, everybody knows there's nothing that I like about Tinubu, but I'm not going to say when he does something right that everything is bad.
Like even yesterday, is it yesterday or the day before yesterday? He was even talking that it's high time we have the state police also. If that's what you want, every state already wants it. Let's speed it up. Pass the law. Every state go for the state police. And
if you don't want state police, that's fine. Don't have one. But that should not. That should not.
The federal police that is in your state will continue to maintain law and order.
Yeah, so those who want state police should get, put the laws in place, put the checks and balances in place, and then
police, they will be able to control their border as well. They will control their border, and they will be able to control the population in that state. It will create employment opportunity for a lot of young people as well. State like Lagos, maybe they will project about 10,000 policemen. That is 10,000 people off the shelf like that. Whatever the shortcomings, at least it create that employment. Whether they are going to give them 200 or 300, at least they will get other benefits like insurance and rest. You will now discover that truly some state governor really want to work, and from there you will know that some state they don't want to do nothing. It's as simple as ABC. It's just let them have it. Everybody have it. Let's now see how all those people that is coming from Sokoto Zamfara to go and kill them in Benue. Let's see whether their state policemen will be looking like dummy head, okay? So instead of there's no more excuse at that time. You cannot tell me now, oh, I'm waiting for Tinubu to state governor to send police to me or military to me. It's not be like that anymore.
Because when I make the example of how this guy resolved the problem of armed robbery in Lagos and people, because that thing stands simple, right? It stands over. Okay, how will you be comparing police and
armed robbers? Armed robbers.
That's not the point, because the point is this: up to now, okay, as at the time he resolved the problem of armed robbery in Lagos, Ogun State was not resolving its own problem, and the armed robber moved to Ogun State. Immediately Ogun State started responding. The armed robber moved to Oyo State. When Oyo started responding, they moved to Ondo State and Ekiti State. What does that tell you?
No, like you said, whenever you create a vacuum, and this is not peculiar to Nigeria anyway. Whenever you create a vacuum and people see opportunity to gain, that's where people will flock to. If people see that the banditry, they're getting paid, let me go and see how I can get mine.
I was checking out the Maryland Okpebbi Bridge. They nearly completed it. Oh my God. You can go and check it on YouTube. Maryland Okpebbi Bridge. The way they do it is just like Western Wall. So when you see the movement, what they are doing in Lagos, you'll be amazed at what's wrong with Oyo State? What's wrong with governor of Ogun State? Though Ogun State governor has started trying little by little now. When you are coming from abroad and you step into Lagos, to be frank with you, I say Lagos is even more beautiful than some European city. I'm not lying. When you see the struggle, some of these European cities, some of them, they don't have the subway, they don't have the light rail. So I think it's a wonderful job that it was so clean, and they also have a lane for people to run, and they also have a different walkway It was that
Yeah,
guy.
I think I saw it under construction last year.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I saw it under construction.
So what I'm trying to say that sometimes the northern part of the country is drawing back Nigeria, because there is one guy in the comment section that said maybe no. The reason why I said that is very simple. When you have out of school children of the whole total population of the country, they are the one that have 80% of them from the northeast and the northwest. Well, when you are not pulling these people to school, how do you create wealth in the future when they are not well educated? Fine, they can go to normal school, they can still have Islamic study at school. The malam that is teaching them, they can bring him to be teaching them at school as well, to make it more formal way. But when you continue to rear children this way, what do you expect in the future? It's a very easy access to banditry, kidnapping, or esme or whatever. How come in 2025, how can people still be taking cows all over the country on their bare foot?
Well, when I saw them in Congress or whatever they call it, when Buhari was there, was it Buhari? Yeah, and I could.
You know that
some of the senators saying that this is what they've been doing. I'm like, where are these people from?
Fine, we can say they are nomadic people, but unfortunately, the population of Nigeria is not the same thing 25 years ago.
Exactly. So I think the point I'm making is for senators to be standing on the Senate floor and be making this type of crazy excuses.
No, because they are still using them. Is it not the owner of the cows they are taking? Because you look at what they are doing.
But it doesn't matter whether they are using them. They're the owner of the cow. Like I said, if you're rearing chicken or you're rearing pig, how you feed your pig or cow, that's your problem. It's not the problem of everybody else. If the federal government needs to come and help with a certain
can do. If they have the state police have a right to tell cows that you are bringing from Zamfara to Lagos. No, we don't want you to take it back.
Exactly. Arrest them and the cows.
Yes, that's it. And nobody will bring cow to your state anymore. Now your state say, okay, bring it. It's your state problem, not Lagos state problem anymore.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, when whether these senators or whoever they are in the Senate making those type of arguments, and I think even Buhari said something along those lines at one point.
No, to be frank with you, Buhari does not play good politics in terms of farmers others clash, because the Fullani are his kinsmen. He didn't handle that situation very well. No, because they are Nigerians, but they are not free to just be roaming the car all around, because all those routes that you are talking about has been taken over by development. People are building out. They are having them like rats or rabbit or whatever. So those simple land, they are no more there. And some people that have their farmland, they are also sweating for their farm. And then one day a cow will just come. You know what causes this problem? 2 weeks ago, maybe 1 week ago, there were 100 cows that they went to River Niger to go and drink water, and all of them just died. Maybe they poisoned that water for them. So sometimes there is this attack between them too. It's true. But if there's a state police, the state police will know that this is our job to man the border of our state, and we can call for reinforcement. But it's a federal police already said, okay, Lagbaja, go and do that illegal job over there. But this is state police. If you're not doing your job at that particular local government, then you know they will fire you. It's as simple as ABC. So we must we create employment. It makes us more secure. Since we have our I think we can sleep a little bit with our eyes closed. They are manning the forest in the southwest. So when we now turn them to state police, keep them, give them gun, nobody will just come 20 on a motorcycle and be running around shooting people like they are animals like that. It's not going to happen, because they know that place they are going to meet another superpower there. I mean, firepower. So it's fight to finish. Nobody will dare it, no matter how much more money you give them or whatever. It's quite unfortunate that this year Nigeria is still like this. but it's because of the ethnicity and the mindset of different tribes and in Nigeria. Sometimes it's, I don't know what to say. Sometimes it's very, it's not palatable. It's not good.
It's tiring, honestly.
It's really
It's tiring. I mean, you should be.
For God's sake, what did they do? You just come to that place, pour petrol on them, put fire. Just human. How can you have that kind of heart, self?
I don't know.
Recurring. So they are drawing back some region in Nigeria unnecessarily because you are thinking about having connect your city from one state to another state. You are thinking about how can you even plan for the people in your state when more and more people connect to pouring from every part of the country into your region. Why, for God's sake? How can you plan? You cannot plan because today 20,000 people come every day, and they are not going back. How?
Yeah, I mean, you have to know who is in your state. I know they've not done a census in Nigeria in a
When I
minute.
was living in Asia, the first thing you do is that you move in, you rent an apartment. Immediate day, you must go and register with the local police.
Mm-hmm.
Even here, when you rent an apartment and in their central post system, you must go and register with the post office immediately, so they can know that you have moved from so place, so city to this so place. So they know where you are living at any particular time. You can't just run away.
You know, I was going to say something that even if I've heard this thing said that in the north, even if they do census, you cannot because they have a leha, you cannot go inside the house. Can they show them how it is done in the Middle East?
That is a lie, okay?
No,
Because
even if it's true, you see,
a woman.
Hold on. You see, me, I don't even waste my time trying to figure out whether these things are lies. My own is, however they do it in the Middle East. Maybe there are Muslims there as well, and they are progressing. I mean, how can it be okay for anybody? I don't care whether you're a religious far or whatever you are. Have children begging on the streets, 6-year-old kids. So whichever way they're doing it in the Middle East, let them bring people to come and explain to them that even Prophet Muhammad supports, progress.
Can do. Even here, some of them also dress like that, but still they have social security number. And they have to come in here, even at the airport, they will not open their face before they let them in. They will not get ID card. They will just put something on their. No, it's a lie. That is a propaganda. If they want to count them, it's easy. Now, what the president is trying to tell us that the sensor we are going to have is a biometric sensor.
Mm-hmm.
They will take your what do you call it? Your 10 fingers. Yeah, they will take it. And that is the beauty of technology. It cannot be the same. So the point is this. To be frank with you, I think they use that way to cheat the system a long time. Look at the last.
Who is Full B? Can you show your face, or maybe you write your name because I don't know you. Full B, who is this?
So you can say the last election, Kassina.
No, Full B. If you can hear me, you can just
that used to churn out about 2 to 3 million votes. How come the whole of Kano, they cannot even boast of 1.6 million people? How come the whole of Kassina, that's a 2 million vote, 2 something million, the total vote is about 700,000? So what's going on? Is it not because people does not come?
The problem I have with our people is whenever we record some kind of improvement, sometimes we sometimes move backward, because I think that Beavers, for example, it has exposed something, but some people, just because of the of their bias, they can't see the danger of what they are canvassing for. Now, when you all of a sudden Beavers, now you started campaigning against Beavers, you should know that in that beavers you are campaigning against, if you want to see rigging, just take that beavers away from that place. I can tell you categorically that the number we had during 2023 election will be more than that, because it's going to be super rigging versus super rigging. So when people are saying beaver, they ask you go and defend all this your allegation in the court of law. You can't. So what are we talking about? So maybe let us give Azan time to contribute too. So Azan, welcome. Azan, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. Do you is there anything you want to contribute to?
Yes. Good morning from here. Let me try to
Good
adjust
morning.
my mic so that you can hear me better. Just a minute.
Okay.
I hope I'm clearer now.
Yes. Yes, you are clearer. Yeah.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, when you said calling from here, if you don't mind, where is here? Maiduguri, Borno State,
Okay.
Nigeria.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes. So I was overhearing Remy when he was just talking just now, and Baba responding, and talking about that they know where 80% of Nigeria's problem is coming, that it is from the north and all that. I think sometimes on these platforms we tend to make very simplistic assumptions of complex problems that have taken probably centuries to form, and they are multifaceted and complex. The very fact that Fulani, cattle herders are killing people, innocent people, probably mostly, in the hinterlands of Nigeria. It's not only a problem that you can just trace to the north and then just put it at the doorstep of the north. We have a border with other Sahelian countries, and there are other issues of climate change. There are issues of small arms proliferation, and this is not just only affecting Nigeria; it is affecting some of our neighbors too. It just happens that Nigeria, has other Fulanis, well settled Fulanis. There are city Fulanis who are in every other profession. So, this language of generalization, people in the south tend to use it a lot, even though it may sound simplistic. The problem may sound simplistic. When you simplify a complex problem, then your answer to your solution will be off point. The margin of error will just be too high that you'll end up being confused yourself of what you are talking about. If you guys notice, Christopher Musa has been talking about walling Nigeria's borders, putting a wall over Nigeria's borders. That is part of a strategy, but this is not something that will just happen overnight. It will take time before you do the physical wall, man it with the technologies that it requires. Probably there is a requirement of more, personnel and manpower to man these things. The world is always changing. Now, this is for something that is man-made. The proliferation of small arms, well, we can even attribute it to the Westerners that some of people on this panel like to glorify and see as if their way of life is the best thing that has ever happened to the world. But they brought down Gaddafi, and we know their current struggle for our resources in Africa. The whole of the Sahel, it is going and is dying fast. So a lot of countries, especially from the global south, are trying to change their reserve currencies, put their money in places where they will not wake up one day and the dollar has crashed with them. So that is another part of it.
and that one is caused by a superpower or people who have taken African grounds as where they can come and get and compete for natural resources, and in the process of doing that, they bring a lot of weapons. Now Gaddafi was toppled. A lot of his weapons found their way to the hands of these bush Fulanis, and they are using it on innocent Nigerians. That is one. The second one is just a problem that nature presents, in the sense that here we are battling with a climate change situation in which the world is becoming hotter and hotter every year. Now, this just means that the trends of migration and the concentration of this particular wandering ethnic group is southwards where there is more pasture, and this naturally will create these problems. Now, it is easy to tell the government to uh, build ranches for them to do this, but the scale of the money, resources, and energy that is required to put all those things in place in a short amount of time, I don't think the Nigerian government has it. So what it is doing is adapting, trying to see how it can, stretch this thing as far as it could to gather the capacity to meet it head on. I know you people are a lot of intelligent people, and I may sound my argument today may sound too contrary. I just woke up in the morning, so my head is still rebooted. But I just want to put this across that these generalizations that the North is the problem of Nigeria. Hey, we see a lot of southern states. Most of southern states are no different from the North. The only problem of the North is this problem that we've been facing for the past, say, 10, 12 years. Because since Gaddafi, when was Gaddafi toppled? Is it not 2011 or 12, something like that? 9, something like that. So since that time,
So,
we've
Azan,
been having that problem.
Azan, can I quickly ask you a quick question, please?
Yes, please go ahead.
So, why is this problem of out of school children were not taken care, even before Gaddafi? Why do you have so many millions of children out of school like that?
Now, I
And
would
why?
admit,
And the second question, so that I can put them together:
yes.
why are the northern governors? Why are not embanking on ranching? Why?
Is that all?
So that
Okay.
this problem will solve. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So you see, the problem of
Yeah.
out of school children, I think it's a cultural issue that has overstayed its welcome. It's true what you say, that this is 2025 and the world has moved on. Okay. But if you understand um, global dynamics and the rate of change that happens from natural phenomena and that of what the human being, creates as policy and then tries to implement it, it's not the same. It takes some years. That is for efficient, competent governments, to produce a stable and continuous policy implementation that is geared towards achieving a certain solution. Say, for example, you want to, deal with the Almajiri problem, and we have over 20 million of them. Okay. Now, this is not just something that I think one president can do, say, for an 8-year term. No, it will have to be, it will have to be a developmental program that, has at least 3 phases. A first phase, to ensure that anybody born from now on will have to, register, and then we do not have that person will have to be registered, and then ensure that every Nigerian child goes to school. Every northern child, let me keep it to the north, every northern child goes to school, and then keep it going for at least another 20 to 25 to 30 years, such that a generation is born that will not have, gone through life without the necessary tools that they need to understand the basic philosophy of how to interact with in a present world. So the socialization will have to fit the time and era that we are in now. Now,
Yeah,
obviously, it's not only the Fulanis that are in these states that it's all. There is no state that the Fulani dominate, that they are the only ones in that state, or only the so if that and Fulanis by their nature, of course, the bush ones, the ones in the forest, they don't stay in one place, so they keep going and they keep going and they keep going and they keep going. Now, a program that will solve this, a program that will solve this is going to take humongous amount of money, of which I don't think the governors are ready to put in place, because they have other priorities too. Okay, they have other priorities. It's not only the Fulani that are in those states, and those states they need to maintain their civil service, they need to do projects and all that.
Mr.
Let me finish. Let me go for it. And your second question was around what did you ask me for the second question?
I think it's about ranching. Why can't they just ranch all this?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, ranching. That is also expensive, and it's something that needs to be done, but the governors are not actually investing into it, because somehow some of them believe that the problem is first kinetic. We have to deal with the kinetic threat first. You have to disarm these people, because whatever you do now with somebody who is holding an AK-47, I don't think it will work. You have to do a carrot and stick approach. You have to show him maximum superior firepower, and then when he understands that he is not going to win, let me finish. I'm talking because I'm not just looking at this from the perspective from the outside in. I'm looking at it from the inside out. And if you want to get my perspective, let me finish. Don't just go on your assumptions. So you have to do that. Give him a taste of his own medicine to a point of surrender. Even if not to the point of surrender, at least to some certain point that he knows, yes, I cannot win this fight. And then from that on, you can bring the carrot and then bring some incentives that will make them actually agree to the ranching. So what Buhari tried to do, and what it seems like the government of Tinubu is still trying to do, is, talking about the carrots without actually applying the stick. Now that is a problem. It's not I'm just a citizen. I just have opinions. You are also just a citizen and have opinions. But believe you me, at the way you are talking, as simplistic as you are now, if you were to be the president of Nigeria today, I doubt you would be able to do even 10% of what Tinubu is doing now. It's easy to talk and make things simplistic, but let's confront the reality instead of our assumptions. Let me just leave it at that.
Okay, Mr. Remy, let me chime in first. Mr. Azan, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Baba. Long time.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you see, this is. I mean, you have said a number of good points, but you see, I remember the first time I went back to Nigeria, and in the hold up in my neighborhood to actually get into the neighborhood, I could see a bunch of kids. This was probably about 7 p.m. at night, so it wasn't really too dark. I could see a bunch of kids selling water, selling granite, and these were kids of my own children's age. And I was in the car being driven to the house. I remember when we got to the gate of the house, this thing had been boiling up in me, that I got out of the car and wept like a baby. Because at that moment, I knew that my children are in their cozy bed, tucked in. I lived in Nigeria for a number of years before I came to the United States. So it's not that I've never seen people selling guguru and ekpa on the road. But it just hit me differently.
It's
And
the
ever
scale of
since,
it now.
yeah, so ever since then, I'm talking maybe more than 15, 20 years ago now. Every time I saw some report about Kano or whichever one of the states, and I see all these little people begging for money, my heart whips. So why has it not been whipping for those governors 15, 20, 10 years ago? And like I said to Mr. Remy earlier on, if they need to go and bring people from the Middle East, where this Islam came from, to come and explain to them that your children are not supposed to be on the street begging, whatever law they need to enact, that every child must go to school by providing free education. You said somebody talked about building walls. I understand the importance of having a border system, but it's not about building walls. You haven't fed children. You haven't provided free education. You're going to build how many hundreds or thousands of kilometers of walls are you building? And me, you see, I don't do whataboutism. I don't care what about whoever didn't do what or whoever did what. I don't really care about that. The issue is, I understand what you're saying, and I've said this before. Whatever incentive the federal government have to provide to cattle rearers, pig farmers, chicken breeders, that's a conversation to be had. But yeah, there is global warming. I wish I could remember the name of this documentary that some guy did. He has actually done in 2 or 3 places in Africa. In the desert, they carve out part of the land, so many carved out areas, so that when it rains, there is water retention, and you can see desert booming. It's not a gang of money. It takes ingenuity. It takes people who have a mind. If you don't have, go and borrow from those who have and bring them. But to say, well, and Mr. Remy said it earlier on. When I was growing up in Lagos, I remember there used to be people bringing their cows. But even parts of Lagos, when I was growing up, there were fields and now houses. So part of every place has developed all over the world. So we cannot say, oh, because you have to understand this is how they've been since before Christ. I don't care how you've been. This is the present situation. What can we do? Even you just driving cows all over the place is not even safe for vehicles and people. So whatever needs to be done is not just the federal government coming in and giving you money. I did an experiment when I was in Nigeria last year. You take corn, just corn, put them on the tray and water them for 7 days. Those corns will sprout up and it will feed your chicken, it will feed your cow. There are so many things you can do. So the fact that, well, this, that, me, I don't really care about what has happened. The question is, what is the way forward? And
Okay.
I've said that, hold on real quickly now, I'll land it in 30 seconds.
Okay.
Every child, be it from Mexico, be it from Borno, be it from Ado Ekiti, that does not have access to education is actually um, a negative to the entire world. I don't look at those children in the north begging on the street and I look at them like they're my own children. That's how I feel about them. Not look at these wayward people. Every child is important. So it's about the solution. It's not, there's global warming, And at the end of the day, my question is always, whatever the problem is, what are you going to do about it? Thank you.
Thank you, Baba. Let me just respond to that. Um, you see, Baba, I will have to commend your worldview. This kind of worldview is very important, because at the heart of it is humanism. You are a humanist at heart, therefore you don't see things so simplistic. I commend you for that, and I wish all of us will see it that way. On your point about every child deserving, the best we can offer them, because children are nature's gift to us, and they carry the baton for the next generation. This has always been, the reality in the north for for hundreds of years now. The transition into modernity in the north has been lackluster. I would say is because of the feudalist nature of the north, pre-independence, that we still had that we still have that hangover, because there was no deliberate policies by the government of the north, especially since the assassination of the pioneers like Sir Amadou Bello, and they all had good plans, to take care of that, but it never came to fruition because, or they of course died. But that aside, the concept of human suffering, this is something that has always been there. We hope that as we progress into the future, and with the help of technologies and maybe artificial intelligence that is coming, the capacity to tackle these problems head on would have been increased exponentially to a point where we can actually, outsource a lot of these things with the brain power that the AI will give us. But before we get there, there is, another movement that is brewing up in the north right now, and it's just northern intellectuals that feel that this is a fight within the culture that has to be fought, to emancipate people who are from the lower classes and who have not yet gotten the opportunity, this sacred opportunity, to ensure that every child goes to school. And it's a very, very hard and difficult war, because when you begin to fight this war, you come into contact with established cultural and religious gatekeepers who will fight you to the death if necessary. And politicians and their way of thinking, they don't want to ostracize any part that will jeopardize their next calculation. Now this short-term thinking of, okay, I need to make my mark in the next 4 years, and I don't need to jig the boat too much so that I will not alienate people who would naturally vote for me. This then essentially means that the power brokers are those cultural and religious gatekeepers that will fight you if you come on too hard about this issue. For the north, I would say that the north has done very well under the military government than they are doing under the democracy, because the military, say whatever you want about them, and denying freedoms and all that, they are a more efficient they are more efficient system to put everybody in place. And when a military government is in power, these people keep quiet. These cultural and religious gatekeepers, they all keep quiet. Now the crop of politicians we have today, they are unfortunately, they don't have the guts, they don't have the gusto, they don't have, it's not as if they don't know what they need to do. They do, but they don't have, the cojones to do it. It is unfortunate, but there is a revolution now that is brewing. There are a lot of people who are who would say are like the intelligentsia of the North right now, who are advocating for a way to put an end to this Almajiri system. You have to, but it's a huge and humongous problem. It starts with the mind. You need to desensitize the people who are holding them captive with cultural institutions and religious institutions. You need to get to those people and make it no longer tenable, you know, to be able to get to those people and manipulate them. If you can create an information feedback that you can convince these people they are actually being enslaved in the modern world, convince them enough that they can buy into what you are trying to the narrative you are trying to create, then there is a chance to beat this in the long run. But this is not something that will happen today. You start it tomorrow and then you see the results next tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't think
I don't think
anybody.
it
I
ever
don't think
happens
anybody.
like that.
I
But
don't
the
think
most
anybody.
important thing that it
I
has
don't think
already
anybody is
started.
saying. I don't think anybody is saying that Rome is going to be built in a day. We know all
Good.
these things are going to take time.
Yes. So that is just it essentially. And the thing with Saudi Arabia and all other Islamic countries that are doing well, I would say